Hello, find me. Hello, hello, hello. Of course, it's gonna download stuff as soon as I hit go live. Uh, it's been a day, but hello. So good to see you all. Let me get that to stop trying to download stuff and change files in the middle of us being live. Hello to our early crowd that are right in front of me. As you can tell, things are gonna be a little scuffed. Things are gonna be broken in places. If the bot does its job right in about 10 minutes, those faces should disappear off the front of my face. Um, One of those things that we just added, and it's not fully baked yet. So let me hide that real quick. And also, thank you to our early crowd there with Samsara, Dusty, Chai Latte Nebula, and Lydia Rose hitting that button. Let me find my visual alerts so I can turn them off. Do. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Okay. Also, hello to Annie. Hello to Prom Ahead. Hello, hello. So good to see you all. Yes, I am in my kitchen. Like I said, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. OBS crashed on me 3 times. My microphone decided it didn't want to be recognized by my computer in the middle of all those crashes. So I've had a few system reboots. On top of that, it's the holiday season, and I am going to see my family for Christmas Eve tomorrow. And during last night's stream, my sister-in-law called me because they do presents from everybody for my nieces and nephews. Now, I've never gone to their house for Christmas. I've never even been invited to their house before. So on that phone call, she shared that everybody brings them gifts. And so while it was not expected, it would probably be weird if I didn't. So I added an extra hour to my day and I went to the board game store and are we in emotes only? Oh, let me find out. Yes, we are. There we go. That is done. Now everybody can chat. Sorry about that. Welcome back to the English language. So yeah, so hopefully everything is working sort of. I don't have my Stream Deck. I don't have all of the functionality over here on the laptop. So it does mean I count on you guys to let me know when I messed up a little bit. So thank you for doing that to start off. I need a straw and a lid for that cup. So I will be moving around, but welcome to my kitchen. That hand that you saw is Introverted Excavator, who is my assistant for the day. They're going to try to stay off camera and off mic. I did provide a mic for them, so if they want to talk to you, they just have to let me know, and I will turn their microphone on. But yeah, let me get this into there. And yeah, so this is the first of the holiday streams, or the main holiday streams. I will also be streaming on not Christmas Day, but the night. So going live at midnight Pacific time, going out of Christmas into the 26th, and we'll be back at my desk using the real computer with all of the power and all of the good stuff. Of course, the early crew is still broken. We know that from yesterday. It looks like it's working better here, which is kind of disturbing since this is a copy of that, but whatever. Mods are almighty. Yes, they are. Hello, Introverted Excavator. Thank you for jumping in. Like, I told her that I can't actually hear her. She's in the room with me, but if she talks, I can't hear it unless she talks into the microphone. So, almighty, whichever. You know, mods are gods. That's fine. I'm cool with this. So yeah. And thank you for the compliments. I'm gonna try to keep up with chat, but I am gonna be moving around the room. Chat is over there. So as I'm over here, it's gonna be a little bit more of a challenge to do that. But I'll do the best I can. Embedbot has said hello to you, as well as Chai. So yeah, let me sit down for a minute, catch my breath, because I've been going a little bonkers, like I said. But it was really fun. So I went to the board game store. I called my brother and I was like, "Hey, what should I even do for Christmas presents?" The last time I got presents for my youngest niece and my youngest nephew, um, well, I guess they're not actually my youngest niece. They're my third youngest niece, but two of them live halfway across the country and I have never met. So they're still my nieces. I just haven't had a chance to meet them. Let's get this on here. All the technical issues. I'm forgetting little things like turn on lights. Uh, not that it does a lot in here this time of day, but still. Um, so anyway, I got them board games and I got my niece this game that was it was unicorn themed and you had to collect these little gems, which was really fun. And my brother called me about a month after Christmas, so end of January, he calls me and he goes, you know, I didn't think it was going to be a good idea, but it's been absolutely wonderful because she plays it, she enjoys it. They enjoy playing it with her, so they were really excited about it. So when I was told, hey, you're going to need to bring presents, I was like, I'm going to the board game store because if I'm getting something, I want it to be something that's going to encourage interactions and encourage the families to actually spend time together. My nephew, my only nephew under 18, who just got his driver's license yesterday, um, he basically sits on his PlayStation all day in his room, but has recently started collecting knives. And I was like, that is a very interesting thing. And had I known this weeks ago, I could have planned for that. But I am not going knife shopping when I have 3 hours until I need to be live on the internet. I'm not going to make a special trip to another store just for him. And my older niece that's under 18 just turned 12 last month. And she has just gotten into makeup. And I'm like, that is perfect. Like, she and I can go shopping and go do all the girly things, and it'll be great. Um, but again, nothing I could do today. So I ended up going to the board game store and just going with board games. So for the youngest one, who's 5, um, what did I get her? It is, I think it's called Have You Seen My Fish or Where's My Fish? You play as a penguin, and if you think of Fall Guys, they have a level where you have to hop across different blocks, and when you fall through, you're eliminated. It kind of works the same way, only you're a little penguin and you're hopping from ice block to ice block, and each one has 1, 2, or 3 fish on it, and those are your victory points. And so you want to be the one at the end to have the most fish. And if you cut off paths, you can isolate yourself or isolate other players and separate them from being able to get the fish so that you can win. So I was like, okay, that's very fun. It's a little cutthroat. Hey, that's my fish. Okay, thank you, Sammy. Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun. Um, so I was pretty stoked about that. Let me see if I can increase the size of chat. Appearance. Give me giant fonts. There we go. Much, much better. Okay. You made goodies for your parents this year, and you only did gifts for each other and pets. That's wonderful. That's the way to do it. I wish I was doing it that way, because I don't have kids and I don't have a significant other, and that would be 0 presents and super easy. You vacuumed the house for your mom since it's all you can afford right now. Hey, that's fantastic. Helping out is a wonderful, wonderful way to give. Like, it's very personal. It's giving of your own time. I absolutely love that. You love vacuuming. What are you screaming about? I'm sorry. What did I do? What are you screaming about? um. Oh, and you cleaned the kitchen. You forgot. Those are like the only 2 things that you enjoy cleaning wise. Oh, okay. The jump scared you. Yeah, exactly. You're doing okay. Thanks. Oh, now I get why you screamed. I just needed to read the next message. I was scrolled up in chat, so I didn't realize you were screaming for the sake of introverted excavator who does not have headphones on. Do these reach you? They don't really reach you. If I had an extender out here, but I didn't want to unplug the extender from the back of my computer. I'm sorry. Yes, the screams are only in my own ears. We'll just have to deal with that today. So yeah. So what are we doing here? Why are we in my kitchen? We are in my kitchen, first of all, to celebrate that we hit 700 followers, which, you know, for a lot of the big streamers out there that are like thousands and thousands of followers, it doesn't seem like that much, but it was a big deal. And we were, I think, at 500, give or take, at the beginning of the year. And so in August, we hit 600 and we set this goal. So it's about 25 to 30 followers that we've been averaging for the last couple of months, which is a little bit higher than we were before, which is kind of cool. And followers aren't like the end all number, of course. If you redeem a Christmas card today, it is not going to do an actual Christmas card. It's going to do the AI one and to the wrong spot in the Discord. So I will, for any, I do need to make this announcement. It is one thing that's broken. The last card, I'm still waiting on final delivery. They're late. And so I need to get that through and put it into the system. I don't have reverb. You don't feel like a heavy ball of granite dropped on your toes. Well, that is good to hear, Chai. Good job. You'd already moved heavy rocks to your bed and setting up for tomorrow. Oh, nice. Okay. Excellent, excellent. Leg is horrendous on your side. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope that it's not too bad. My Wi-Fi is the same everywhere. This computer is a little bit slower on the Wi-Fi, but I'm hoping that it works out okay. You don't need the reverb. Well, that's all right because Samsara, you grabbed that paintbrush, got it all covered in red paint, but the queen caught you, and off with your head! Okay, you've been so busy with work lately, you haven't been able to pop in and terrorize y'all's ears. I've noticed, I've severely noticed the lack of screams. Not that I'm entirely complaining about the lack of screams in my ears, but it's been noticeable. So, we're going to be baking, and to go with that, we'll pop over to these other scenes real quick. We'll go over here. Well, one camera came back up. That's something. The oven came up. Oh, the other one reassigned itself. That was fun. At least I know why it's not here. Can I bring it over to here? Will you behave enough? No, you don't care that you're enabled. Oh. Thank you for that, Annie. It's good to know what works and what doesn't. So test all the things, push all the buttons. And that's not me being sarcastic. Please feel free to push all the buttons. If it doesn't work, we'll just give you your points back and figure it out later. Hydrate is a wonderful idea. I will be doing that a lot because it will be very warm. Okay. So, spikes work. Hydrate works. Excellent. I saw the spikes go flying. Oh my god. Way to take me literally. Well, it didn't break the computer, so that's a good sign. It is a limit of one, and that is fine. So we got one out of the way. I'll give you your points back at the end of stream if you don't want to push the button yourself. But thank you for getting that one out of the way, because that crashing us later would have broken me. What is that? That's the Wonderlandian redeem. So if somebody spends 50,000 points, we make a big deal out of it, and it kind of takes over the stream for a moment. But it can only be done once per stream, so we don't have to worry about that happening again today. So yes, okay. we are going to be baking sugar cookies. We're going to bake up some gingerbread cookies. We're going to bake peanut butter blossoms, which is like a peanut butter cookie with the Hershey's Kiss on top. And then we are also going to bake up some cupcakes and make some frosting. So it's going to be a lot of stuff. The other camera, we're up on top of the festival. That's the only thing. Yes. Yeah, the two cameras that are looking at the countertop are over the top of everything right now. So they're supposed to be on this scene. That's intentional. I think over here, what did you remap to? You put it remapped everything. So I'm finding out in real time what all is broken because this, how, oh, there we go. So it should keep me in the little bubble if we go focused on one camera or the other, and then they should be behind the announcements. You didn't get that hype. I know, Annie. It was unfortunately after you redeemed yours that I put that together. I need to make some adjustments to it as well. And so it'll be getting an update later, sometime in the next few months when I get around to that. But yeah, so yeah, so that's what's going on. We do have the extra cameras here, like I said, for what's going to be going on the counter. We've got the KitchenAid mixer over here. This camera looks like it's not quite where I want it. The joys of everything moving around. And who knows how much the cat's moved around as well. But we've got the mixer out, so this is going to be for mixing up our cake, frosting, possibly the cookies. I'm not sure. I ended up getting 2 full sets of mixing bowls because I don't know what happened to all of my big mixing bowls. So now we have plenty. And I do mean it. There are 2 of every size in here. So I should have enough to mix everything up today. I only have 2 cookie sheets, so there will be things flying in and out of the oven the whole time. And you can't see it yet, but over to the side are bags of flour and sugar and all of the other stuff to do all of the cooking tonight. So it's going to be a little crazy. You need an extra KitchenAid mixing bowl. That is on the list. This is the Pro model or whatever they had at Costco a few years back. And so it's got this pressure loaded bowl that's 6 quarts, and actually it needs to be lowered down anyway. But yeah, this thing is really fancy, and I didn't want to try to find that bowl this quickly. So I'm doing everything else by hand. I also do have the little mixer. So we have still a KitchenAid, but much, much smaller that'll go in with the other mixing bowls. Useful title coming in on 13 months. Happy 13 years. Apparently TTS is broken, so yes, happy 13 years. Welcome to Useful Title. Thank you so much. Ignore the incremented too. That is another piece that I started to implement on... Hello, camera. Did you lose me? I'd started to implement that on my computer because I no longer have other systems counting things like subs and follow counts and stuff like that. So I'm moving them into StreamerBot, and I ran out of time. So all it does right now is just counts. And I think it's supposed to count per stream, but I don't even know what the settings are at this point. So not to mention it's keeping track of 2 different lists on 2 different computers. So that's not good either. One of the cool things about StreamerBot is you can have it connected to multiple computers at the same time, running as separate instances, and even have actions that run on one computer or the other. So if I had time, I'd actually have it up on the desktop in the other room doing some things and some things happening in here. But unfortunately, I couldn't make that all happen. So we're just kind of winging it here. So we're going to go over to the chatting screen for a bit and hang out here. Are we winning tonight? We are. So let's go over here and hopefully the camera keeps up with me because the very first thing is this thing. This box has been sitting here in my house for basically 3 months. I ordered it for my birthday and then decided I would not put it together until I could do it on stream. So I don't know what state it's in. All I know is it is not fully a bike. It could be just attach the seat and a wheel and it's good to go. I don't think that's the case, but it's possible. So that's what we're about to do. So let me grab a pair of scissors from the drawer here to open it up and let's find out. I also have my toolbox here too. So we have lots and lots of tools to work with. As I just slide it around because it's on the floor, so you probably can't even see it. But hopefully this thing doesn't just like fall open on me. And let me know if the music's too quiet or anything like that out there. I can hear it, but it's quiet in my ears, so I imagine it's probably very quiet for all of you out there. And Introverted Excavator, you can read chat, right? Okay, perfect. I'm going to turn your microphone on just a little bit. Actually, I think it is. Also tangled up, of course. Because why wouldn't it be? Check, check. Can you give me a check?
Check.
All right, I can hear you. A little bit of a delay on your microphone for some reason, even though they're in the same system. Kiki, hello. Damn those heels, though. What can I say? So this bike is a cruiser bike. I've talked about this a little bit before. I already have one just like it that I got about 10 years ago. And it's been sitting in my shed. It's obviously showing signs of its age. It needs to be repaired in a bunch of different ways. Thank you, Kiki. I love you too. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful holiday. You'd be on your face. Well, I know heels aren't for everybody, and that's okay too. But yeah, so I got this, which is basically a replacement of my existing bike. And how did they put this in here? I guess I can bring this over a little bit more and move one of these cameras so you guys can see what I'm dealing with. So let's do this. You'd wear more heels if you could find ones that fit. Too afraid to order online. That is totally fair. Absolutely. Let's go to crafting. Yes, that actually brought me to the right camera. Good. Come a little bit farther out. There we go. And hopefully the AI bot will keep up. It is hard to order online, and I don't know what... your mama said she adores my outfit. She snuck a peek at your iPad screen as you watch. Well, thank you, Lydia's mom. All right, so we've got the front wheel is definitely disconnected. The back wheel is connected as well as the crank. So that's nice. At least we don't have to put that together. The pedals are zip tied to the wheel, which is zip tied to the frame. Okay. So we're going to need some tools right away. Let me get some cutters here. Of course, my toolbox is an absolute mess. It's been running all over the place with me this year. Oh, this is actually going to be funny. So this is a really handy tool. that most people would not have in their toolbox because this is actually for high heel repair. Hello, Nomi. So if you've ever looked at the base of a heel, it usually has a little plastic cap, and this piece here is for pulling those caps out, for trimming them down, and then for pushing them back into place. So I've got these to repair some heels that I'd worn the tips down on. Yes, please feel free to chat. We aren't in emote-only mode anymore. That's luckily been fixed. You get a zip tie, and you get a zip tie. Yes, exactly. Noted. Is for high heel repair. Whoa! Nomi, be very careful. That is not sturdy. No, stay off my oven. No. That's where you get pulled. But they're also a nice pair of straight cutters, so that'll work perfectly for this scenario. I think I'm going to have to leave that connected until I get this out because it's too far down there. So my best bet is going to be to just pull the whole frame like that. And of course the handlebars are not on, so it's not going to stand like this on its own. Let me move it over a little bit more. That's better. I'm just going to be moving stuff around the whole time. Cat, hello, hello. Goes and follows Kitty. Kitty, wait, I want to hang out with you. Share your secrets. Yeah. Nomi would love to share her secrets. Mostly they are getting into absolutely everything that she is not supposed to. Bedbot, leave you alone. Embedbot. Is it? I need to make a panel that has the guide. Here we go. I'm not sure if mods can do these ones, but Embedbot, take the day off, please. There we go. No more Embedbot for today. I love the rubber bands. Like, this is a fascinating choice here for wrapping things up. Okay, I'm gonna have to get to the other side for the other one down there. Okay, what is still connected here? I mean, maybe I could do something with these. Just little ones. I can use them for magic tricks, if nothing else. Rubber bands, the most secure of fasteners, right? Okay, what? A transcolor bike, right? So it is missing the blue, but it is a pink beach cruiser. Um, and it's my second one. It's got a little bit of pearlescence in some of the paint, which I like. It also has this rack over the back tire, which my last one didn't have. Um, and yeah, we're just working on unpacking it at the moment. It's going to take a minute here to get that done. Where did I put the scissors? Ah, phone's going off. Okay. Do I want you to shut Nika out of the kitchen? No, not for now. She's not in here. If she starts bugging me, I'll ask. Now, it does have the kickstand on it already. Okay, that's our seat. Okay, that is connected by wires, so that's going to be interesting to put together. It has an owner's manual. I wonder if it has like a guide on connect this first. So you're back home now, but had so much fun back in your hometown, mostly just because of the spicy teriyaki. That is, you came to the right place for spicy teriyaki. We have some of the like best teriyaki for sure. Um, I've heard rumors that it actually started here, but I don't necessarily believe them. But certain brands definitely would make a great slingshot. Useful title. I like the way you think. Okay, you are not connected at least. I like having some things that we get to connect. The wires being connected, though, that makes sense. Not having to do all of that is going to make things a little more sensible. Let me get this other tire off of here first. The scissors are better for stabbing than they are for cutting. I think that's the last of our zip ties. Run, I forgot the scissors. Oh, I hope it's not that bad. You need to visit Seattle? Yes, you do. Yeah. Um, the local bar you used to go to is still there. You ordered Taiwan on to the bar and had a family style meal while drinking far more than you should have. This is a great place for that too. So how do I want to do this? I think it's going to be handlebars, seat. That way I can flip it upside down and then install the front wheel, and then I can attach the front fender. We can do the pedals at any time, but I kind of like them not being there in the way. Between Matt and I, You think you should be getting paid by Seattle Visitors Board because we all make you want to travel out there? Come on out, seriously. Um, Quote ad with a space. This is the most trans bike you've ever seen in your life. So to make matters better, worse, I'm not sure. Uh, I actually had two bikes, and the other one was a 1-speed. What I like about this one is it's a 10-speed. It only has gear on the back, so it can change speeds here, but it has just one main drive in the front. And I just really like it because it's a nice casual ride kind of bike. But I originally bought two of them, and the first time that I like really quit smoking, like I said, this is about 10 years ago. I guess it was longer than that because I've been almost 8 years as a non-smoker now. And that time I made it 2 years. But I bought a earlier version of this bike and their single gear version of it that had no shifters. And so I had a pink bike with white flowers riding alongside of my friend on my 1-speed bike, which was blue and white stripes. So the two of us riding together were basically a trans flag riding down the trail. Oops, added it twice. You're bad. No worries. I'm going to have to port it over to the other computer anyway, and it's going to come over. Yeah, added is quote 2, 3, however many are in this system, and I'll copy them over to the other system because it has a database. So you don't have to worry about that at all. These are for my brake connections. So this should pop right out. Yes, it does. Perfect. And what did I say? Handlebars, seat, then this. Actually, handlebars are the only piece I need first. So let's get the seat out of here. And I'm sure that the camera is having all sorts of fun with this. Are you still connected? Or are you? Oh, I see what they did. For all of that joking we were doing about the rubber bands, they have one here that's connected to the spokes. And it actually does present a bit of a challenge because I can't disconnect it from the angle it's at. But the tire is actually fed onto the crank. There we go. And we will just lean that one back over here for a minute. And see if this will now stand up. Yes, we have a standing bike. Sort of. So there we are. Oh yes, we definitely have more than a couple of quotes. We've been adding to it lately. There's been a lot of spicy accidental comments. Need to feed your pets before they revolt on you. Good luck. I would love to show you Nomi right now, but she is in the bottom of that box. So let's see here. Of course, we've got more tape, another zip tie. Yep, I'm gonna have to grab the cutters for that. Okay. This is the one I need to get off of here though. And you are going to go just like you are. Okay. And this piece comes off. I believe. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Have to lurk? No worries. Thank you so much for being here. going to turn the music up just a little bit here. There we go. Point of view, you're the big spoon. That's the first one that's on here. What was that from? It probably says the game. Oh, it's just chatting, wasn't it? Oh, Nomi is free from the box. She just came flying up over the top, almost into the tree. That was when we were setting up the laptop the other day. You're going to start working on circle skirts. Nice. You should have napped. Time to go make supper, though. You're here and hear everything, but we'll be semi-lurking. No worries, Annie. Much appreciated. I hope supper is wonderful. Circle skirts are so fun to make. It's your first time. I have not made one. I'll have to add that to my list. Okay. I need to get this connected. Get this off of here. Piper? Yeah. Could I get a hand from you? Could you just hold on to that so it doesn't tip over on me? Yeah. Just hold on to that end. Thank you. Okay. Love that. All of my hex keys just tipped over inside of my toolbox. Okay. We have handlebars. Thank you. So back to disconnecting things, and we'll put the... I wasn't sure if I was going to do the seat, but I'm going to do the seat before I do the wheel, since I need to flip it over, and it'll just make it a lot stabler, a lot more stable. Whatever words I'm trying to say. Circle skirts are one of the first things you taught yourself to make. You've even made a full strapless dress out of a circle skirt pattern. Oh, cool. However, you don't enjoy rounded hems. Okay, fair. Grandma Head, thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful start to the holiday. Your first project was a 25-yard hem 5-tiered trans-flag belly dancing skirt. Yeah, that was a very ambitious first project. Lego tape. The funny thing, it even says like "roll me to the register" on the tag that we took off the front. Like, if I'd not ordered this, if I had not ordered this shipped to home, somebody in a store would have put it together for me. And I'm like, I don't know if I feel that would have been better or worse. When I think about myself and the retail jobs I had that would have had me in a position to be putting together bicycles, I probably would not have been the most qualified person to do so. Oh, and look at this seat too. Just little quilting on it. Okay, we need a couple of tools here for this, so let me get into the bottom half of my toolbox. Lovely, looks comfy and wide. Exactly. Yes, there is definitely a reason why I go with the cruiser style bikes here. Um, Much more comfortable, for sure. You did math and graphical modeling to figure out the tier sizes. Hand rolled 25 yards of hem and the gathering. So much gathering. Oh my gosh. I don't know where my other channel locks went, so I had to get these brand new this year to fix a faucet. And I have two other more basic ones. But I was like, if I have to replace them, I'm gonna at least get the ones that I kind of want. Does that mean it's the right tool for the job? No. Which way do you want to turn? There we go. What would have been a better choice here would have been a socket set. But who the heck knows where my sockets are at? Somewhere in the shed. They had it really cranked down too. Wait. Trying to decide if I want it to be here. Whoops, you guys can't see that. So where it's at right now is the front part of the seat, and I feel like it should be here. Like it needs to flip over. Nope, it doesn't, because they actually put a catch on the bottom of it. So unless I take this out and turn it around and put it back in, I can't do that. So I'll be testing that out before I take it for a ride. Now this is nice, at least. This has just a quick release. Love a good quick release. What are you saying? Minimum insertion. Okay. Perfect. If only everything came with a line like that. You might want to let Nika outside. All right, we're going to flip it over. We've got to put the tire on and the, make sure this is stable. It's not. Okay, fine. I need to tighten this down a little bit where it's at. Oh, I started to talk about the game. So, as Samsara said, hey, that's my fish. That's what I got from my youngest niece. And then my nephew, they had a game that I thought was really cool. Apparently, the maker of Magic the Gathering, before he made the card game, he made a board game. And when he went to Wizards of the Coast with Magic the Gathering, or what became Magic the Gathering, it wasn't the project he wanted to work on. He wanted them to make this board game. And it's called Robo Rally. And it's this really cute board game that comes pre-packaged with hand-painted robots. Just adjusting it because I don't have it lined up quite right here. And it is balancing entirely on the seat. Not how I want it to be. Stay. But Robo Rally, you play as, you might have guessed, as a robot. And you draw these cards, and you program the next 5 moves ahead. And I guess like every player has to move their character according to the rules. So you're like programming things out, and your robots are colliding with each other. And it looked really, really fun. And then I'm like, you know what? I would absolutely love this. I'm like, my nephew, I'm not quite sure he would be into it. So I might be going back to get a copy of that one for myself after the holidays. So let's see, what are we doing? We're doing completely remove the nut here. And this washer, because this washer actually has a little hook in it. Same on the other side. Whew. Lots of breath catching today. I'm also not sure if this will warn me of the ads, but I'm seeing that we're at about an hour, so they must be coming in close. That is a wonderful idea. And I need to figure out how to get you through the brakes. Okay, well, I will pause and take a drink. Thank you for the hydrate. Well, let's see if this has anything in the instruction manual. It's taped shut. They're like, don't worry, nobody was going to look at this anyway. Adjusting the seat, centering the brake pads, servicing, attaching the bell. Does it have a bell? Oh, no, not all bicycles will come with a bell. Okay, I don't know if it has a bell. It does have a basket, though. Okay. Quick release. It doesn't have a quick release on the wheels. That's the old style. Getting started. Here is what you have. Oh, now I see that there are ads running. I knew they were close. Okay, so it said, first things, connect the handlebars. We did. Good. Adjust the cable. Oh, brake adjustments, all of that stuff I'm not going to worry about today. Attach the front fender and front wheel. There are two types of front wheel and fender assemblies. Nutted wheel and flat fender brace. And quick release with rounded fender brace. Note, quick release wheels may be on both the front and rear, or just one. Also, some tire tread patterns have a direction, so compare your front tire and rear tire of the bicycle so that both patterns face the same way. This one is not omnidirectional, or it is omnidirectional. It doesn't matter which way they go. Okay. Place the washer. Oh, feed the fender through, but don't connect it yet. Okay. Then it is going to go on the outside. It's going to be nut, fender, washer, fender, nut. I was reading outside in, not inside out. Then it shows the quick release, then attach the seat. Okay. What about the brakes? Because you have the brakes in place already. All right, let's take a look at the fender. Thanks for the lurk, Chai. I'm going to skip this one. A little too religious. New paper, scissors, rock is in. Nut, washer, fender. Let me know what the hand symbols are for that. I know there's rock, paper, scissors. Was it rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock? Ooh, this is going to be a tricky one. It's going to be a very, very tight squeeze on this one. Luckily, we don't need that part, right? It just keeps the mud from flying up in front of us. Sure, now you come out. Like, I won't move. Then I don't want it to, and gone. They're not all hand symbols. Oh, I see. Welcome back, anyone that was enduring those ads for us. We appreciate your sacrifice. It does usually remind us to take a break, although today things are a little bit weird. Not everything is running on this computer because we're on the laptop. So this piece is going to go here. Oh, I see. And then this bolt feeds through the whole thing. And I wish I could show you guys what I was doing down here. Are you supposed to be on the back or the front? And was it obvious enough to tell? Back. Okay. Oh, and it shows it going through the brakes, but the brakes on this one are already mounted to the frame separately, so it's a different setup for that. Although, nut, point the head. Washer, make a circle with your hands, or two, depending on the size of your washer. Fender, stop hand sign. You know, vertical paper. Okay. Camera, did I just tell you to stay there? I apologize. Come on, come back with me. Yes, I just apologized to an AI camera. After yesterday's stream in Detroit, I don't think anybody should be surprised by that. How do you... You're not going to be this way, are you? No. I think I have to bend this bracket, but I don't want to until I'm 100% certain of it. No, there's only two ways that goes, and it's got to be this one. You know what I should have done is brought the other one in from the shed so that I could compare to the old version. Oh, wait a minute. This is why it's being so difficult. I have the handlebars on backwards, so this whole unit will spin around. It actually has a note here that says rear. Oh my gosh, how many quotes are we going to have from connecting a bike? Different comments about levels of insertion and nuts all over the place. Oh god, I can't read all of it. Make a circle with your hand or two depending. God damn it. I'm like, I don't even know if I dare say anything more here because I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to bait quotes, but like everything putting this together just kind of seems that way. There we go. That lines up correctly. All right, and we're not going to tighten that down until the tire is in place and everything is put together here. So, do I want to take these parts off? I feel like that's probably the easiest thing to do is disconnect just the brake shoes. That way I don't have to like try and reposition the whole housing of the brake. So let's see, which tool is that? Baiting you, right? I'm like, I'm trying not to. So I'm just loosening the brake shoes here. So very, very strange side note. My mom, when I was a teenager, I didn't spend a lot of time visiting her. And it was always weird when I did. I had a lot of problems with her significant others over the years, for various different reasons. Maybe I want to disconnect these completely. Whoa. Without taking the fender with me. But one who, this guy seemed, cool as heck to a teenager, although not a great partner. He was a street sweeper, so he drove one of the street sweeping trucks. And what was kind of interesting is he had a side gig. And his side gig was putting together bicycle brakes to sell in stores. So just like this little piece here, which is currently missing a piece because I dropped it somewhere on the ground, but I'll find it in just a minute. Taking all of these pieces out of a whole bunch of different boxes, putting them together, throwing them into a new box, and shipping them to the factory that would put them into the bubble packs where you would buy them at the store, like Bell Brakes, where you would just buy this unit. And he decided to use my brother and I as child labor to put those together for him. And I think he got like $1.25 a piece, and I think we got a quarter. So we just sat there at the table for like a week putting together bicycle shoes for I don't even know what company they went to. Of course, that company did not know that he was using child labor. Now, you don't quite fit. Oh, because you're not supposed to. You're supposed to go there. I have a second set of screws. I see. Okay, well then I don't have to worry about this part. Yay. I am all for anything that's a little bit easier than I think it's going to be. Hmm. Well, let's see if I don't have to get a bigger screwdriver here. You love bikes? Oh, wonderful. One of your favorite holiday songs? Let me turn it up. I love the energy of this one. And if you like this playlist, it's actually put together by a friend of mine who he's in a band. It used to be the BGP, now it's called Timeshare. And actually, the very first song in the playlist is by his band. They just put out a new holiday song. But every year he updates it, and he calls it B's Christmas Party. So it's B apostrophe S Christmas Party on Spotify. Okay. So I need to tighten this down a bit. Let me see if I can find a crescent wrench. So my toolbox, I kind of mentioned that this toolbox is a little weird. Let me go to the chatting scene so I can actually take you over there. There we go. And down here, please. Come on, camera. There you go. So I use this for music festivals. So it has like a big thing of zip ties. We go through, I want to say it's about 1,000 of these per festival. So I always get a bag of my own because I run the merch area, so I need my own separate ones. I have to change things throughout the whole festival, so I don't get like set up and tear down. I'm constantly changing my area, so I always have my own. I have a rubber mallet. I also have a 2.5 pound hammer, but my hammer got put away with the other festival gear last year, so I'll get it in June. And a hatchet, because you just never know where you're gonna need a hatchet. Keep your volunteers in control. Also, plumbing projects. So giant pipe wrench. Like, and that's why I can't find anything in here because it doesn't make any sense. It's not like a toolbox. It's like a bunch of different project toolboxes. I even have a part of a binding for snowboarding. So, you know. Oh, I have one size too small. I have a 9/16 wrench, and it looks like I need, if I can math, 10/16 is not 3/4. I'm like, there's a lower common denominator there though. 5/8, that's what I'm after. Okay. And I don't have a proper crescent wrench in here. I'm trying to avoid using the channel locks since they mar things quite a bit. Hey, that'll work, but I don't think I have the ratchet handle. No. Well, I can at least get them a little bit tighter with it. Okay. I'm not going to be writing it today. It just has to be tight enough to hold together until I can lock everything into place. So it's fine like it is. Do these screw into place? Or am I missing nuts? Right and left tighten. Oh, they are right and left. Okay. They do just screw into place, but with a screwdriver on the end. No. Oh, there's a spot right here to grab onto it. Okay. Well, you can't mess that one up because they are stuck to the direction they go. When in doubt, use your fingers. Oh, I suppose I can go back to the other scene so we can actually see it, huh? There we go. I'll probably switch off of this playlist in just a little bit. Looks like we've got us a bike now. Exactly. Yeah, we do have most of a bike now. We're just putting the pedals on here. I dropped a nut somewhere. Yes, when in doubt, use your fingers. That's right. I will make sure that we get these all pulled into the other system on the other computer later on. I also mentioned this earlier, but if anybody does redeem Christmas cards today, they will be actually uploaded later because I'm going to have to run them on the other computer. Browse. I dropped a nut somewhere. Exactly. Yeah. This has been the most browsy content we've ever had. Who knew that putting together something, doing construction, nothing but innuendo. So my family used to sing Christmas carols, and my dad's family specifically, my grandma is very religious on that side of the family, and so it was always the religious holiday songs. Uh, so it would never be songs like this one. But in my teenage years, I kind of ventured off on my own, and I ended up celebrating the holidays in pagan ways, which is very, very different. Pop that kickstand up. And I'm going to flip this over and hope that nothing falls off. But now when I hear this song, Santa Claus is Coming to Town, I hear Mother Berta's Coming to Town. And I have the lyrics somewhere in my office. So if anybody wants to remind me on the next stream, I will sing that version for you. Oh, found the nut. It just went bouncing across the kitchen. It's okay. It's just for the brakes. As long as we don't go down a hill, we'll be fine. Thank you for clapping. Appreciate that. Okay. What is next? What did I determine here? The handlebars are on backwards, so we need to fix that. And we're going to actually fix that a different way. We're going to pick this up and spin you around. Which way do you want to go? You want to go this way. Now, yes, these will be adjusted for angle and height and all of that stuff later. Right now, it's just the get it connected portion. These also clip together and we'll screw into the bike here to mount these a little bit better. They're kind of just loose for the moment. Okay. I don't think this one's going to require a bunch of construction. Yeah, who needs brakes? Exactly. I don't know if I've told this story here. When I was I had to be 13, maybe 14. Um, Actually, I do know that I've told this story on stream, but I'll tell it again anyway. I had this like white Huffy, just a little mountain bike, and my dad knew that I needed some things fixed on it. But rather than go out and buy me new parts or a new bike, my dad went to an auction. And he came home with 3 broken green Huffy bikes. And he went, find your parts. So I took those bikes apart and fixed my bike. And it worked for quite a while. Of course, it was repeatedly reconnecting pieces, and as things would wear down, steal a piece off another bike and put it back together. But what happened one time, my brakes stopped working. The front shoes were completely gone, and so I couldn't stop the bike anymore without using my feet. And my brother borrowed my bike, and he took it for a ride, and I warned him about the brakes, and he brought it back, and I was getting ready to leave. And when he brought it back, he didn't tell me, but this nut right here, can you see where I'm pointing? Yeah, there we go. I was like, I don't know if I can see my own hand in the camera, but this nut that holds the handlebars in place came loose. So I left my house, and it was a third of a mile long downhill driveway around a corner with cows and barbed wire and tractors and all that stuff along the sides of it. And I go flying down the hill, try to turn, and my wheel stays straight. And I'm aimed at a barbed wire fence with no brakes. And to my left was, okay, this is actually kind of sounding ridiculous at this point, but we had what we called the water hole, and it was these 2 really deep holes that would fill in with muck. And so it was basically quicksand. Just 2 pools on the property. It wasn't like you walked around and it was like, oh, there's quicksand. No, it's woods. It was just the muck would fill in, and it was so saturated that it was like a 20-foot deep section of quicksand. So I couldn't turn to the left, and there was no way to get off the bike. So I turned as best I could, which meant that my bike crashed into the back of a tractor, which was a 50-gallon drum full of concrete. And it took the wheel from here, bent it like Pac-Man, and shoved itself all the way back into the crank. And I went up over the handlebars and ended up laying on the ground. Why does it sound like I grew up in a Final Destination movie? Just one day. Okay, maybe not just one day, but mostly just one day. I grew up in the woods and as a country bumpkin, and you do different things for fun out there. Sometimes they're Final Destination like. Okay, aside from putting this front brake shoe back on, we have a bike. And then, of course, I'll have to do all of the adjustments and stuff, but I'm going to do that later so that we can get to baking. And I still have to really wash my hands. Apparently, I'm covered in grease now. Okay, what order are you in here? 1, 2. And then you need to flip over. Will you hold on your own? Nope. Yeah. Okay, I see how it goes. You've ironed all your fabric. Nice. Okay, we've got breaks. Now, what are these extra pieces? Both the front and back brakes have these plastic pieces that are screwed into place, but the screws are loose. They look like they're spacers. That is going to be a read the manual before you write it thing, because I have no idea what they are. All right, let me get these tools out of here, and then we'll get on to baking. It's also 82.4 degrees there. Oh my gosh. Let me translate that to Celsius, because I really hope that you converted that for American temperatures. 82.4 F. There you go. You were almost faster than the bot. Not bad. I suppose I shouldn't completely block off my bedroom. Oh my gosh, this one actually stands on its kickstand. Why am I laughing at that? Because, like I said, I have a copy of that bike and I have for a decade, and it has never been able to stand on its kickstand in all the years that I've had it. And this one's doing just fine. The basket is smaller, but that's okay because it has the rack on the back. So, super stoked about that. And yeah, we've got a bike. But stop trying to decide what my hands are doing, bot. It's a good bike that can stand on its own. Exactly. You understand. Wait, tools, then wash hands. Um, Introverted excavator, would you mind grabbing me a couple of paper towels? Because I just realized all of the towels are not in this room. Could you grab me a paper towel? A couple of them. What's that? Oh. Sit them down there. Thank you. Oh, you love the shade of pink on the bike? Yeah. It's a little bit more pink, and the pearlescence in it that the old one didn't have. Oh my gosh. I'm going to take a picture of this because I am not going to try to turn a camera to where I need to get a picture of. No match. Your finger is wet, so you can't use your fingerprint sensor. No me. No me. Let's see if the camera can handle this. She's just chilling on top of the cabinets. Kitty, indeed. Thud, hello, hello. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yes, we just finished putting together the bike. It's over here next to the tools and everything else. But yeah, got it put together. Oh, is that so, Nika? She just walked in and sneezed. So we're going to switch over to baking now, which is the other half of this stream. Let me just get that cable out of the camera there. And you might have noticed that where the cat is at, there is an open cabinet. So to make room for cabinet or for cameras to connect, the cabinet doors are over here, which just is easier. Not always ideal, but it kind of works. Tree decorations, overlays. Thank you, Thud. The tree was actually in my office. If you ever look at the back of my room, there's the shelves, and then to the right, there's a gray curtain. And I put the tree up like 3 days ago behind that curtain. And I just moved it out here for today, and then I'll move it back for the 26th stream, so it'll be in the office. Discord, that's what I'm trying to do. Yes, I even need the recipes here so that I know what we're doing. So, yep, I'm going right out of the recipes and food channel of the Discord. And I have to scroll past all of your delicious holiday baking and Samsara's chickpea curry. Oh my God. We may need to cook dinner because I don't know if I can do all this without eating. Let's start. We got 350. I don't have a temperature on the sugar cookies, so let's go with the same temperature as the gingerbread cookies. And they are going to bake 10 minutes. At what temperature? How to freeze them. I want to know how to cook them. Bake until set. Helpful. Prep time 20 minutes. Cook time 10 minutes. Additional time 4 hours. Well then. Jump to nutrition facts. Who invented gingerbread men? Here we go. Directions. Oh, does it need to cool for a while? Refrigerate for 4 hours or overnight. So we're supposed to refrigerate the dough. I see. So we better start that one. That's also 350. Okay. So gingerbread cookies need time to cool. We'll have to do our best on that. And for the peanut butter blossoms, oh my gosh, all these sites where it's like, these are my family's favorite, and everybody's going to love you so much when you make these. And they're super easy to make. Just read 10 more paragraphs, and you'll finally get down there. 375 for the peanut butter blossoms. So we'll hold off on those because we're doing 350 for gingerbread men, the cake, and the sugar cookies. So I think what we'll do is we'll make the gingerbread dough first. Most cookies can handle 350 for about 12 minutes. That's perfect. Yeah. And I think they were saying 8 to 10 on the peanut butter blossoms at 375. So 12 at 350 sounds like a slow cooked cookie. You know, slow roasted peanut butter cookie sounds good to me. Um, you're awake enough to pop around and say hi. More than one place now. Nice. Please read War and Peace before you give me the recipe for your cookies. Oh, what the blogs are. I thought you were like gonna tell me you had a secret like family's cookie recipe, but you would only share it after reading War and Peace, like this was a real thing. But yes, it's not a cookie recipe if you don't have to download it onto your Kindle first. Chrissy, hello, thank you. We're just getting ready to switch over to baking cookies, and we just put together this bike over here. So, kind of doing the holiday thing in the kitchen here. I hope you're having a wonderful start to the holidays so far. What did I just say? We're going to do the gingerbread mixture. So, let's start with that. And this says it's going to make 24 cookies. Let's see. Where am I taking them and who is going to eat them? Because I am sure as heck not keeping them all at my house. You are wonderful. Stream is going really well. We dropped some pieces, but we found them. Uh, I was ripping my hair out before the stream because I'm on the laptop. The cameras are in a different place. Just lots and lots of tech issues, and I had to run to a store I wasn't expecting this morning for gifts for my nieces and nephews. And oh my gosh, I've started to tell this story twice. I'm gonna get off my feet for a minute, have some water, just hang out and chat with you guys. Because we can. Um, so hey, that's my fish. I got that for my niece. It's a cute game where you're a penguin hopping around on ice tiles and can isolate people. It's kind of like Fall Guys, but you're collecting fish points. Um, and then for my nephew, I thought Robot Rally, but because he's not really into that, and we actually did an escape room this summer. We went down to the coast and we all did an escape room. And we were like 2 seconds from the you got caught to you got free. We were solving the last puzzle and the timer ran out as we were putting the key in the lock. Like, that's how close we were. And the guy comes in and he goes, I have two things to say. One, I have never had anybody get that close to winning and lose. And second, I offered you 3 hints. And you all are stubborn as shit and you didn't accept a single one of them. And if you had have taken one hint, you would have won. And I'm like, apparently you haven't been to one of my streams. So we had fun. But I decided instead of Robot Rally to get him the exit games. So I got him a couple of, they're basically escape room in a box kind of things where you have a puzzle and a story and all of that. And now, of course, the music's too loud. Because we were staying at my family cabin, I found one called The Abandoned Cabin and then The Return to the Abandoned Cabin. So I think those are good. And I did get one of those also for my niece because she's only 5. And they had one that's actually geared towards kids that are like 5 to 7. So I thought that would be appropriate to have one that she can help out with some more. She was with us at the escape room and was adorable, just running around trying to help us. Escape room in a box, a short synopsis of the Saw movies, right? Yeah, that's basically it. Who is messaging me and why? Oh. Do. 1 second. Okay. Somebody just wanted the link to the stream and aren't in the Discord or any of the places where I communicate this kind of stuff. You had to handwrite your family cookie recipe. Your father handwrote it for you, but his handwriting is atrocious to read. So I had to rewrite it for clarity. You kept this one though. Nice. That's very, very cool. I have a handwritten book, and if you look back in the Discord for Goulash, that's actually handwritten by my grandma. Her handwriting can be difficult, but it's not the worst. There are some that are worse. So I got that for my nephew. And then my 12-year-old niece, she's just, I haven't gotten to see her much in recent years. I've mentioned this before, but this is the first time I've been invited to my brother's house in as long as I can remember. And so I've seen her at a couple of family functions, but there haven't been a lot in-person functions, of course, in the last few years. And my parents moved 4 hours away, so we all do different things at different times. And so I've really lost touch with that part of my family. But I get to hang out with them for Christmas. And she's really into horses and rodeos and stuff like that. But this year she also decided to embrace just being a complete girly girl. And of course, I am like the most girly in my family, aside from my oldest niece. Although the two of us are like neck and neck on it. Hello, Nicole. Welcome, welcome. Glad you were able to find your way here. And yeah, you already knew about the Christmas dress. You hadn't seen it on me, but you knew about it. So anyway, I still wanted to get her a board game, so I got her Everdell, which is like animals and stuff like that. You don't see me baking or building my bike? Well, that's because you're late. See? There's a bike right here. I told you what time we were starting, and I even started late, which means you're really late. But we're about to bake. I was just sitting down, taking a break, chatting for a moment before we start making up our gingerbread dough. And so we're going to go gingerbread dough. Then we'll do our sugar cookie dough, because both of those are going to go into the fridge for a bit. And then we'll do the peanut butter blossoms and the cake. So that's my current order of operations. Although I might have to ask Introverted Excavator for a favor in the form of a glass of eggnog with some rum in it. I'll grab the rum if you want to grab the glasses. Of course, I put the rum behind all of this. It made sense at the time. This is not my recommended rum for an eggnog drink, but no, thank you. Okay. Let's go over here where you can see onto my counters. And, oh, hey, camera. Will you follow me over here? Thank you. Keep coming. I didn't install the software over here, so it can't go in full speed. I found out that this camera has different tracking modes. I thought it just had one, but it has like focused on you or headroom, so it'll move up. It has a special setting for if you're planning to move around a lot. Like, that's brilliant. Okay, so where did I just put my phone? There it is. So gingerbread cookies. Oh, thank you. You're so jealous I have one of those great mixers. We'll see. I'm getting glared at right now. Oh, she's smiling. Okay, I wasn't sure. I was expecting to be glared at. So, Introverted Excavator and I, is it okay if I tell a little bit of our history? What was that? Oh, you don't mind. Okay. Fair. Um, so we were together for quite a few years. And I think the very first year we were together, she asked me for one Christmas gift. And I joke about it all the time because my coworkers used to give me all sorts of a hard time about it. Because every single holiday, birthday, everything, she would ask me for appliances like the air fryer and the instant pot and a Dutch oven and a juicer, like a new vacuum cleaner. And they're just like, are you serious? I'm like, actually, yes, I am. Uh, but while they're giving me this hard time, she keeps asking me for all these things. But the very first year, she asked me for the KitchenAid mixer. And I was not in a position to do it, and it took years. And finally, I broke down and got the KitchenAid mixer. And then it sat on my counter for what, 3 years? I think about 3 years it has sat on my counter, never been used. Like I pulled it out, rinsed it off. This is going to be its first time seeing action. You say you've used it? Okay. I thought you didn't because you told me you were afraid of using it. It still had the instruction manual sitting in the bowl. Yeah, you've used this one, the handheld, but not that one. Yeah, that's, yeah. So this is actually the first time it will be used after sitting here collecting dust. And of course, we're going to do most of the cookies in these. So we need 3 cups of flour, 2 teaspoons of ginger, 1 teaspoon of cinnamon, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, a 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg, 1/4 teaspoon of salt. I forgot to soften the butter. Perfect. 3/4 cup brown sugar, half a cup of molasses, 1 egg, and some pure vanilla extract. Okay. I feel like maybe I should break out like all the measuring cups and spoons and all these things. There's even this like special Christmas set. That I totally forgot about here. What do they say? Oh, made with love. Half teaspoon, spread kindness, sprinkle joy, celebrate love, and share laughter. I guess they're more like Valentine's, but we got them for a Christmas thing. And I have a bunch of others in here, but I think that's probably enough for what I need today. So we'll start out with the dry ingredients and get them mixed up, and then we'll add the wet ingredients after. This is where we get to make messes. Oh, I should probably put on my apron, huh? And I ordered a special apron for today, so of course it's not going to arrive for another 5 days. It was supposed to be here yesterday. Then it got updated to today. Then this morning I got the notice that it's not going to be here for another 6 days. Like, fine. Okay, camera, will you lock right here, please? You're okay. Let me argue with the robot for a minute. There you go. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right back. Not that I actually went anywhere. Okay, you can follow me again. There we go. Perfect. I have started out with making a mess, so I think we're doing the right thing. I think 24 is probably enough. I'm like, one house I need to drop off 7. And that leaves me 17. All right, 3 cups of flour plus more on the counter. Your dad gave you a skeleton apron. You used it this year. Nice. We have this one. I did get one for the holiday that's like red with a Santa belt and black trim. That's the one that's not going to be here until later. So we'll have to use it next year. Just means we'll have to come back to the kitchen. And then when we hit the goal for the sewing stream, we'll be coming back out here. I'll be sitting over at this table and doing an actual sewing stream, and we'll be making a custom apron. So I have, it's a dress I'm going to be upcycling into an apron, and it's like watercolor flowers. So I'm looking forward to doing that so that I can have one for painting. I also need to send you cookies too. I don't know about that. The recipes are in the Discord. You can cook along with us. Okay, let's see here. It says plus more for rolling, but we'll worry about that later on the flour side of things. We're going to add our ginger next, and I did get a fresh thing of ginger, but I didn't grab all the other spices. Luckily, there's a rack right behind the computer here. You don't have the ingredient. Come on! I sent you a Christmas tree. Isn't that enough? Your mother made special aprons for your brother and sister-in-law with pockets for their smartphones since they read their recipes off their phones. As I'm doing right now. Like, there's the recipe. Your kids want some cookies. That I believe. I'm sorry, Jade. I'm not sending cookies today. Nutmeg, where are you? That looks like curry powder. Allspice. Do I not have nutmeg? I have cinnamon. Once upon a time, these were all alphabetical. And so right now it goes mustard, oregano. I'm like, that skips over N. Cloves, garlic powder. Ground nutmeg, there we go. How about 2 giant jars of it? That will work just fine. Okay. So I need 1 teaspoon of cinnamon, a 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg, and 2 teaspoons of ginger. That's a 1/2 tablespoon. This one. And as usual, I am not a baker and I am not a cook. And so I am sure that there are a lot of you out there that are just like, why did you do that? Which is half of the fun here is Oh, we're in the middle of an ad break. Okay, well. What did I say? Cinnamon? 1 teaspoon. I'm kind of surprised that it's not doing the ad warning videos, because that should all be installed here. I'm like, there are things that aren't installed. Like, we're not on YouTube today. Oh, that smells so good. And I'll get this one open while we're doing this. We have 1.5 minutes left on the ads. And what did I say? 1/4 teaspoon? Yes, 1/4 teaspoon. That is a half. Do I even have a 1/4 teaspoon? Oh. It's teeny tiny. This one. And you know, since we've got it out here, maybe a little bit more than that. There we go. Just drop a touch of the nutmeg into our eggnog drink there. You know, the most important part of the cooking. The boozy eggnog drink. Okay, we've got about 20 seconds left there. Perfect. Okay. Would you pull out one of the pounds of butter? Why is there a straw on the counter? Oh, that's what you mix the drink with? Okay. The ads have ended. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for enduring those. We did dump in our cinnamon, our ginger, and our nutmeg. And we're pulling out the butter that I forgot to soften earlier. So we're going to set this on the counter for now, because we're going to be using a lot of it. And yes, we could separate it into smaller chunks so it'll soften faster. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm just going to hope for the best here. We may do that in a little bit and let it sit before we stir. We'll see. Actually, would you mind pulling out a second box? Thank you. Okay, so continuing dry ingredients, we need a teaspoon of baking soda. Just soften it for 10 seconds in the microwave. You do it all the time. There you go. I don't need the decorating stuff. I do need the brown sugar. Do I have an open one? I do. I don't bake, but Introverted Excavator used to, so there's a cabinet full of baking stuff, and I have no idea what's in there. So I bought all the ingredients just in case, so I have brand new ingredients of everything. I opened it up, and it was like flour that was like 3 years expired, so I had to toss most of that out. But then there's things like I bought a brand new thing of baking soda, and this one was already in my cupboard. So that made things nice. Okay, and we need 1 full teaspoon of this. Yes, we do. Let's grab a fresh teaspoon. I think there's another one in here. I guess the half would work too, but this will work. I have the most like disjointed kitchen stuff. Considering that the only things I do with baking soda are stick a box in my fridge as a deodorizer and use it with super glue as an activator. Like this using it in cooking thing is weird. Okay, and then a 1/4 teaspoon of salt and 3/4 cup of the brown sugar. Then we get into the molasses, egg, vanilla, and butter. So those are our wet ingredients, so we'll mix them in after. Wait, you can use baking soda with super glue? What does it do? So if you take baking soda and super glue, there are different ways to apply it. Actually, introverted excavator, would you mind going down to my office? The white shelves on the left-hand side, you're going to see the little Santa on the metal tin. I think it's sitting by the front edge of one of the shelves. If you could bring that down here. So what it does is it activates the super glue so that it hardens almost immediately. Like we're talking about 1 to 2 seconds curing time. It gets very hot and it has a chemical reaction with the baking soda and it hardens. But beyond that, it hardens into almost a plastic-like consistency. It's very, very hard. And it can also be used very appropriately for a Christmas thing. Let me go to a different scene here. We'll go to this one because this gives me a full camera view. This little 3D printed Santa that I made and that snow that you see around his feet is exactly that. This is just baking soda with the super glue put in, and you can see that it actually has a texture, so it'll build up and grip onto the Santa's feet, things like that. So it'll actually harden in place. Quantity increases heat too. Yes, watch out for fumes. Absolutely. You do want to do this in a ventilated area, but it creates a great looking snow for bases and things like that. So this little Santa I printed up years ago. So it can be used like, especially with resins that they don't bond well with the glue. The super glue will bond for it. So it becomes really awesome. Noted. Play with baking soda and super glue outside. Yes. Anytime you're going to be doing something where somebody tells you there is a chemical reaction, outside should be the first consideration there. Second is probably don't try this at home, but that one I absolutely try at home all the time. Okay, so what am I doing? I've got a measuring cup in my hand, and I am measuring out some brown sugar. Oof. I might have to get the new one because this might be a little... Yeah, actually, I think it's going to work. So 3 of these. 1, it says well packed, so I'm making sure that it's pushed in here well. In other words, make them extra sugary. Mimi, hello, hello. How are you doing? Number 2. Don't try this at home, but I did this by being stupid. Is my middle name. I would have never guessed that. Useful, I did this by being stupid title. And 3 hockey pucks of brown sugar. I think this is the only recipe that actually uses the brown sugar today. We'll see though. Only your parents use your full name. Of course, of course. Thank you, thank you. You had a virtual Christmas with your family back home. Oh, I love that. I am doing great. We put together the bike. We're now doing the baking. We're mixing up our dough for the gingerbread cookies first because it says that they should go in the fridge for 4 hours. So, like, I should have done this morning. So, of course, I didn't. Nika girl, will you sit down? Because there's nothing here for you, puppy. I need a quarter teaspoon of salt. So, let me find that. I know there's kosher salt in here. There it is. And we just need the quarter. So, that's this little tiny one again. Is that right? Yeah, 1/4 teaspoon. Okay. Great. It's a very full box. That balance is tricky. Good enough. It's only a tiny little bit of salt anyway. Nika wants in on the baking action always. She's like, you were in the kitchen. You must be cooking something for me. The university doesn't like it when you break into their labs? Oh no. Now the big question. I have this little hand mixer that I'm going to use for this part after I plug it into the same surge protector as the computer, because that seems like a brilliant idea. Oh, I guessed right. I was like, where are the beaters for this? Don't you snap into place? Yeah, that one did. Oh. One has a protector so that they have to go on specific sides. Break up those pucks first, and we'll get this mixed up together. It's kind of like snow here. I'm actually glad that I didn't try to mix in the wet ingredients here because the brown sugar needs a chance to unpack. Okay, so we're going to do 1 egg, a 1/2 cup of molasses, 3/4 of a cup of butter, and 1 stick is a 1/2 cup, so it's a stick and a half. Easy enough. And Nikki said 10 seconds in the microwave to soften the butter, so we'll give that a try here. Should I chop it up into smaller chunks before I do that so that it has a better chance? I know one of these is going to be just the half sticks, so. Oh, it has a third marked out. I was like, what am I looking at? 1/4 cup, half, and I need 3/4 of a cup. Okay. You need 5 seconds. Check if it needs another 5, depending on my microwave. Oh, whatever you like will be fine. Like, can this knife actually reach across? Not really. It kind of can, but it's pushing it. Wait, what was that last line? You do the crime and I'll take the fall? Like, what do you think Christmas is about? He's like, it ain't about the money, but now it sounds like he's robbing a bank. Okay, 10 seconds on that one. Leave that knife right there. Toss this over here. Nika, please stay away from the garbage. She's like, yeah, right. She's like, you're going to put food in the garbage can right next to me? Oh, did you see not? Naughty, come here. Nika, back. Sit. Hey, sit. Sit. She's not listening to me. But I'll bring Not up for you. You're okay. You're okay. Hi. Okay, okay, I'll let you down. He still doesn't like being held on camera. But I had to pick him up. I know. And there you can see the both of them a little bit as they are wandering around here. If we give him a chance, Not will end up jumping up on the counter here. That's not an invitation, bud. Okay, vanilla extract. No me. Yes, you too, Mr. Knot. Okay. Oh, my phone closed down here. So of the vanilla, we need 1 teaspoon, 1/2 cup of the molasses. Okay, it pours. That's good. I've never worked with molasses before. I don't know what I'm doing. In case there was any doubt in chat. Like, maybe she has an idea. No, absolutely not. I can make a cocktail. That's about it. I even have a recipe over here for dinner, but I don't know if I'm going to actually make it tonight. Just because it involves the oven and more time. And after the cookies and cakes and everything are done, I don't think I'm going to be in the mood. just taking a guess on that one. What do I need? I need a paper bag. And a couple of paper towels at the bottom. Nomi is on the counter behind me. Yes, she is. Because I forgot to make her get down. Oh, that one's your fault. when you open the eggnog, you put the little pull tab on the counter instead of in the garbage can. So now Nomi is playing with it. Okay, so we've got an egg. We need a half cup of this and 1 teaspoon of this. I think I'm just going to dump them all into this, and that way I can dump them in there and mix and not have any of the wets just sitting there. And I love that I got all these new fancy mixing bowls, and I went and grabbed a just regular bowl from my cupboard. Because, of course. And I just went over to my sink to rinse off the egg and see that my cookie scoop is still sitting here waiting to be hand washed. At least I put it somewhere where I would remember that, I guess. I read "Oops, you're bad," and I was like, "What's that in reference to?" And then, oh, right, the pull tab. It happens. Okay, 1 teaspoon of this deliciousness. One. Yes. And I can use, well, let's, oh, that's a problem. I just realized that I didn't do 1 teaspoon of baking soda. I did a tablespoon. So that'll be fun. I was like, why does this metal one look so much bigger than the plastic one right next to it? Oh. Because they're different sizes. Your phone is lagging, so your comments are delayed. Oh, okay. It's that iPhone problem. Okay, and 1/2 cup of this. Oopsie indeed. These may be like, does that make them like really hard or something? I was trying to figure out what that noise was and then realized you picked up the microphone. Maybe dumping this all in the bowl was a bad idea. Now I'm gonna have to scoop it out of 2 things. Is there a way to turn the mic off until you need it? Yeah. There you go. It's off. So it was good right up until the molasses because this just sticks to everything. You need no more random noises. How many random noises were you doing? Was I just oblivious? Not that that would surprise me at all. Here, to make up for whatever I left behind, drizzle just a little bit more. Like I said, I think that that's the only molasses I'm going to be working with. So we'll get that out of here. And on to me, apparently. Oh, just a loud noise from setting your cup down. Oh, that's what it was. That makes sense. Well, we'll see if this butter is soft enough now. Since I decided to not test it and just throw it right into the bowl. There was an article that I read yesterday about like how long before you start baking you should soften your butter. And it was like 30 to 60 minutes tops because it goes rancid. So they're like, stop storing your butter on the counter. I'm like, no. I get spreadable butter for the chilled stuff. Like the stuff that's on the counter, it lives there. I realize it's probably no good, but it's still what I'm used to. Yeah, these are like little butter balls in here. Don't think that's quite the consistency that we're going for. Luckily, the rest of the batches will have the advantage of me pulling the butter out early. This doesn't even have like the old mixers that our grandparents had that you could lick the beaters. They had like a blade in the mixer, and this does not have that. Hello, hello! Right now, it looks like a crumble, but it's supposed to turn into gingerbread cookies. We will see if it gets there. Like, the beaters aren't even picking up any of this mixture because the butter is not wet enough to, or soft enough to actually melt into here. It'll get there. Is there supposed to be some liquid in there? Uh-huh. There is 1/2 cup of molasses, 1 egg, 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, and 3/4 of a cup of butter, barely softened. So we mixed together the dry ingredients, then we added the molasses, egg, vanilla, When does it say to add the butter? Not. Come on. Butter, please. Exactly. Yeah, it's the butter that's causing the problems here. So yeah, so the butter is the problem. Clearly not the baker. I may have to just let this one sit for like 10 minutes or so. While this butter has a chance to do something, and we can start mixing up another batch. And maybe melt our butter for 20 seconds instead. But the molasses and all of that are definitely mixed in well. I mean, it's definitely softer than it was when I cut it with the knife. But yeah, it looks like a very, very dry mixture, and it is a dry mixture. Put it on a higher speed. You think that's going to be enough to do it? I think it's just going to make a mess, but whatever. Yeah, the little chunks of butter are just like dancing around in here. They just get hit by the beaters and launched across the bowl. You should make cookies. If you camera, hello. If you want to make the ones we're making, the recipes are all in the Discord in the food and recipes channel. This one's not, but it's just a classic eggnog with rum. A little pinch of nutmeg on top. Mix it with my hands. Fine. What did I say was second? Oh, second is going to be the sugar cookies anyway. I love that on the sugar cookies, I do not have an amount of flour to use. Flour to make soft dough. That is the description, not an amount. All right, let me wash my hands again. Since I was just holding a phone in my hands, and we all know how gross those are. Oh, hi, Nomi. Who needs an amount, right? That's what I get for cooking up recipes written by my great-great-grandmother like 100 years ago. Your recipes are usually just a list of ingredients with no instructions. Some of them they are. So on these two recipes, I don't have instructions on how to cook the cookies, just the ingredients. I have press in cookie sheet, sprinkle with sugar, and bake. And then for the cake, not. There is no room for you on this counter. No. Yes, you can meow at me all you want. It doesn't change anything. Okay, let's get this butter mixed in. Oh yeah, that's already working better. Of course, now my fingers are covered in gingerbread cookie. But yeah, like the cake, same thing. They included the ingredients. You say that like it's a bad thing. No, not really. I mean, yes, I did say it like it's a bad thing, but like it's not really a bad thing. Wow, now this is starting to look like dough. That is a hardened chunk of brown sugar right there. Let's not break teeth on that. Like, here's a cookie that will require more dental work than just cavities. The butter is not completely mixed in yet. You can see just chunks of it here, so I'm kind of breaking it up and folding it together a little bit here. It's like working with clay. Looks better, yeah. Looks like it might actually turn into a cookie now. It still may be a disaster thanks to me using entirely too much baking soda, but at least it's a dough. Well, I don't think the beaters are going to do any good for the rest of this. Okay, introverted excavator, if you could do me a couple of favors here. In that lower cupboard next to you, if you could grab me the saran wrap. And then I'll take that from you first. Left side. You just set it down here. Thank you. And then the rolling pin, can you reach that safely? Are you already at the edge of the saran wrap? Of course you are. It says not to flatten it out all the way, just to do it like this, and then chill it, and then roll it out the rest of the way when we get it chilled and ready to go. So I'm going to put it in the fridge just like this. It definitely looks like a dough now. Yeah. Apparently, Nicole, I needed you to come over to help me, so I just didn't know it at the time. All right, that is in the fridge. And one batch of cookies mixed together. So next batch up is the sugar cookies of the unknown flour amount. You so would if you could. I know. We'll wait for the camera to find me again. My hands are, of course, gingerbread now. Very hard to not just lick my fingers, but I'm like, no, you're cooking for other people. You cannot lick your fingers. Who would have thought that standing on your feet for a couple of hours in heels while working on a bike and baking and everything would be sore? You want me to hydrate? What, with water? Okay. Thank you, Lydia, for both the hydrate and the confetti. I think I'm going to take my shoes off. Lick your fingers, then wash your hands. Duh. Also good advice. SMHing, no, you shouldn't lick your fingers. I don't know. I'm getting conflicting information here in chat. It's okay. I have to clean the beaters anyway. Because I need them for the next batch, and it doesn't have brown sugar and all that stuff in it. Let's see. Oh, I feel so short now. That actually makes more sense now that you think about it. Right? Lick, then wash. Exactly. Okay, so this next recipe, you get down. The sugar cookies don't, but the cake calls for 5 egg whites. The sugar cookies just call for 3 eggs. So that's fine. 1 teaspoon of baking soda. Let me get rid of this tablespoon. We will not be needing this. No, there is nothing that takes a tablespoon. Oopsie. Okay, let's do the sugar cookie mixture. And then, introverted excavator, do you want to start putting the cake ingredients into that mixing bowl? Yeah, that one there. Yep. And I'm going to switch over to the cooking scene. When in Washington, do as the Washingtonians do. Yeah. Whoa. Why is my dad inviting me to a group chat? You've got to get Nod off the counter, too. Well, that might beep at me some more. No idea why, but it might. What? No, it doesn't lift. Do you want this out of here? Well, you have to put it back in. That piece you just took off has a pour spout to pour the ingredients in.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Let me move this so the chat can see a little bit better what's happening in the bowl itself. There we go. Okay, and this is just more butter because we apparently need all the butter. Oh. Okay. My dad just wanted to let me know that there's a Christmas dinner at my grandmother's house at 4 on Christmas Day. Of course, he's not coming over. He lives 4 hours away, and he's staying home. At least that's the report that I got as of yesterday. It could have changed in the time since then. And actually, right now, he lives 4 hours away from me, but 6 hours from my grandma, because my grandma's 2 hours from me. And normally, he would drive over what's called the North Cascades Highway, but it closes down for the winter because they can't drive the plows up and over it because it gets too snowy. Okay, so starting out with flour, what did I do with my... Well, I've got, luckily, more 1-cup containers. You mortals and your families, right? And traveling instead of teleporting and all these weird things that you have to do. Okay, this one, mine doesn't say, but yours will. You're going to need 3 cups of flour, so let me hand you the flour to start. Whoa, stay there, mixer. Here you go. So your 3 cups of flour. I need 2 cups of sugar. And I got the pouring sugar because I thought it would be fun. You're the top recipe. Nope. Right there on the screen. So you're going to do 3 cups of flour. Oh, yeah, normally you would think so, but no. This one is 1 cup, yeah. One and 2. I'm going to use a whole cup of butter, which is 2 sticks. So we'll soften those up here in a minute. I need a cup of sour cream. You need 2 cups of this. Are you done with the flour? Here, you take this, I'll take the flour from you. Do I actually have a cup of sour cream? No, me, get down. Oh, the camera got lost. Hello? Come over here. You can just barely see her up there, climbing around wherever she can. I don't know that I actually have a cup of sour cream, but I have whatever's left of this cup. About a third of a cup. That's fine. We're improvising anyway. She has a bow on. Oh, no, me, because of where I was standing. Did you just put that in the sink? Oh, no. Okay. I'm like, don't go putting my measuring cups away. Actually, I should wait on the sour cream. Do the dry things first. So yours is the top recipe, not the bottom one. You were just looking at my sugar cookie recipe. Okay, so you put sugar in there, 2 cups. You put 3 cups of flour. Okay, it's going to need 2/3 of a cup of butter. So this is a third. Hang on. Two cups is a half. Or wait, 2 cups is or 2 sticks is a full cup. You need 2/3, so you're going to cut or you can calculate out. But you need them to be softened too. I need a cup, so I need 2 full sticks. You also need 5 egg whites. I once again need 1 teaspoon of baking soda. You do not. And that is teaspoon. Teaspoon. That is a half tablespoon. Full tablespoon. Teaspoon. Here we go. I just need to clean up the nutmeg and other ingredients that are on here real quick. Quick hello while on ads. Hello, Amy. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi. My camera can't agree with staying with me here. I've got Introverted Excavator over there helping on the cake side of things. All right, teaspoon. This time I got it right. The sugar cookies are more important anyway. We all know this. Okay, butter. Just as much sour cream as we have. 1.5 teaspoons of nutmeg. Do I have a half teaspoon? I do. We'll just do 3 of these. Bike looks awesome too. Thank you, Amy. Yes, please. Enjoy. I know that you're coloring right now. Samsara, if you are still here, can you get a shout out for Amy, please? It is so weird to hear this version of Joy to the World being done as a Christmas song. Thank you, thank you. And I think it should behave and do a proper shout out. There we go. Yes, the Ace of Hearts is partly covered, but if you're seeing a heart up at the top of chat, please click on that and give Amy a follow. She did the artwork on our amazing Christmas card that we had up last night. That, again, if you redeem a Christmas card, it's not going to show up right now because it's borked on this computer, but I will take care of it later tonight and tag you in the Discord so that you can collect that. We'll also be posting those up on... Yes, that's the AI version that we did as a demo, but the real artwork will be posted into Discord later tonight. So just to be heads up on that. Okay. So I need a cup of butter, the sour cream, 3 eggs, and flour to make a soft dough. Okay, so we're just going to do the best we can here. This little troublemaker is over here. Here, I'll go over here so that you're in the camera. I think that'll be better. There we go, yeah. These little troublemakers, 2 of them, up here trying to eat the gingerbread dough as if it's going to agree with their tummies. You know it's not. Okay, get down. They're like, but you gave us this nice chair up here. Isn't this for us? Be like, nope, it is not for you. And I'm just getting the gingerbread out of the beaters so that I can put them into the next mixture. I would soften it first. So if you want to grab one of the like square bowls and throw it in the microwave or something. You love the kitties. Yeah, it's been tough. So I'm really allergic to them. So my asthma starts acting up quite a bit. In fact, I've got my inhaler right here because I had to use it just before I went live. And so I don't spend a lot of time out here anymore. I usually run out here, throw something in the oven or microwave, and go hide in my office or my bedroom, which is really tough. Not has been with me for 13 years. It'll be actually 14? 14 years. Yeah, 14 years in January. Um, so not being able to hang out in the same room with them has been really tough. It feels wrong. They want the love and all of that. So I'm trying to figure out the right balance for them. This feels weird doing this without any flour in here. It's just sugar. But we're about to add 3 eggs, sour cream, and our butter. How long did you go with on your butter there? 25 seconds? 20 seconds? And how does it look? It looks soft? Okay. Wonderful. Well, once you dump that into yours, I will put mine into that and throw it in the nuker. So you were gone to do like a game, which was a thing. Did anything explode yet? Nothing exploded, but I did put, instead of a teaspoon, I put a tablespoon of baking soda. So the gingerbread cookies may suffer greatly, as the people who eat them also might. Why did you? You now work in a kitchen. I get it. Hmm? Yeah. All right, we'll throw that in there for 20 seconds. And then we're going to add 3 eggs, the sour cream, the butter, and an unspecified amount of flour to make it a soft dough. Oh yeah, those look, butter looks much more usable that way. One more egg for this one. And I've got Introverted Excavator over here working on the white moon cake in the KitchenAid. What have you gotten in the bowl over there so far?
Butter, flour, and sugar.
Butter, flour, and sugar in the bowl. And I see that we're in an ad break, which it feels weird not taking breaks, but if I took 3 hours stop breaks, it would take forever. Oh, camera. Oh, hang on. What? No, the stream doesn't stop, but anybody that has ads, they can no longer see or at least hear us. So I had to get the camera to come back over to me, and I bonked my head against the other camera. So something I'm glad some people missed. I've never done it, so if you want me to do it, that's fine. Just sit it down and do the other ingredients and get them mixed in, and I will come over and do that in a minute. You want to know the ingredients? So you should have a dash of salt. You got your butter, flour, sugar. You need 1 cup of milk, 1 teaspoon of vanilla. So here's a teaspoon of vanilla. Oh, okay. That's fine. I have my sugar, butter, eggs, baking soda, nutmeg. Yes, yes, yes. And then it's just the flour. So
You have the salt over there.
1 dash of salt.
This is horse salt. Do we
What?
use table salt?
If you want table salt, I can get you that. That's just kosher salt.
Yeah, but it's horse.
Oh, why do we only have coarse?
Bits of salt in the cake.
See, this is what I get for not knowing what's in my own cupboards. There you go, if you want that kind. The notices say that you are all back from the ad break, so welcome back. We're dumping in the sour cream, butter, and eggs into the sugar cookies, which right now are just basically sugar. And I didn't have a full cup, but it was close enough that we're just using up all the sour cream. I would have had a cup, but I decided after buying it to have burritos. Head tilt got an ad for the most viral mascara yet. Sorry, you don't think they should have used viral when it's still used to talk about infections. Oh my god. Right? Good enough. Butter. Come on, let go. Now, I'm assuming that I'm going to need like 2 to 3 cups of flour here. But we're just going to go with what it said, which is none. Oh yeah, this butter is so much softer than the others. It's amazing what an extra 10 seconds of heat will do. Okay, so that is more soup than dough. So we're going to definitely need at least a cup of flour here. I think it's actually going to be 3, but we had 3 in our gingerbread cookies. We had 3 in our cake. Viral is also a term for trending really fast and stuff, but yeah. I mean, especially with the various different uses of mascara and the mascara wands and stuff like that too. And like, you're not supposed to share makeup, but you're really not supposed to share your mascara wands. Oh, look at this. This is actually becoming a dough. I'm going to mix in a little bit more flour, maybe another half a cup. See how we're doing after that. And I'm going to measure this by eye. So very, very precise on that. Um, you know, when in doubt, just guess. Especially when you don't know what you're doing to start with. It almost got us through a bike. We had to read the instructions for applying the fender. I think it needs more flour. That other half eyeballed cup. Of course, I could have looked up a normal, like, mile-long blog about sugar cookies to get a better idea here, but where would the fun in that be? Yes, I just used the speed to flick all of the dough off of the beaters, instead of like some proper way of handling that. Okay, now we'll get some more flour here for our hands before we go diving in to knead this one. Perfect. Half of that went on the counter, exactly where we wanted it to be. I think it needs more. I don't think it's solid enough yet. Oh my god. Okay, do I think it needs another whole cup? I think it probably does. This is like very soupy. Okay. Just gonna do it. There's always icing, right? If they end up wrong. Is this Bare Naked Ladies? It is. With Sarah McLachlan? That is a combo. Okay, so this is now with 3 cups of flour. So back to what I thought it was going to be at the beginning. This feels better. And I've got dough flying everywhere, so this is perfect. This is the song your fifth graders sang for their performance this year? Aw. I don't think I know it, so I'm going to turn it up. This is still so soupy. I can hardly even pick it up. I can't pick it up. It's just drooping and falling away. How much more flour do we think we should use? She said soft dough. It's soft. I can't even drop it out of my hand because it like goops up to my hand too. Right now I'm thinking at least another cup. And yes, I do have spatulas for doing this, but my hands are too covered to grab one right now. Definitely needs to be thicker. There's no way to work with this. Like maybe it's another like refrigerate before using, but oh, that felt gross. Okay. Song reminds you of Sister Act 2, Back in the Habit. Oh, yeah. I don't remember Sister Act too much. I guess I've probably only seen it like once or twice, and Sister Act 1, like, I can't count how many times I've seen that one. Okay, I'm going to look up a sugar cookie recipe, is what I'm going to do. And see if we are in the ballpark. Okay, let's see here. Best sugar cookie recipe, best chewy and soft sugar cookies, classic sugar cookies from Betty Crocker. That's going to be the one. I could grab one of the cookbooks. I suppose that would make sense. Ooh, okay. This says 4.5 cups powdered sugar, 1 cup butter. We do have 1 cup butter and 2 cups of sugar. This includes almond extract, 1 egg. We have 3, 2.5 cups of flour, 1 teaspoon baking soda, 1 teaspoon cream of tartar, 5 tablespoons of milk, food colors, and candy sprinkles. Okay, that is definitely not in the direction we are headed here. 3 cups flours, 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder, not soda. Like, make me question everything. No, my directions definitely were soda. 1.5 cups sugar, 2 eggs. So 3 cups to 2 eggs, and 1 egg and 5 tablespoons of milk to 2.5 cups. So we have a lot of water in here at the moment, or a lot of wet ingredients. Three cups flour, 1 cup of butter, 1 egg, a little extra vanilla extract. So yeah, we definitely need more flour. And the softest ever. 3.5 cups flour, 1.5 teaspoons baking soda, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1.5 cups of butter, 3/4 cup of sugar, 1/2 cup sour cream. Okay, we're closer to our own thing. 2 cups of powdered sugar, 2 tablespoons of milk. Mix it. Give me the full directions on this one. Okay, wrap in saran wrap and chill for an hour in the refrigerator. Okay. So it's saying lightly flour a work surface. Turn out the dough, press dough together into a disc, wrap in plastic, chill for an hour. Remove work, roll it out, cut it. Okay, so they're saying we probably need a half to another full cup for what we currently have in this particular recipe. And with the way it was just falling out of my hands, I'm going to do another full cup and risk this being bread. Such good movies, even if you're not religious. Absolutely. Whoopi Goldberg was so fantastic as an actor back then. I don't know. I know she's doing like talk shows now, but I don't know if she does if she's doing any more acting. Didn't mean to pick that up. Oh, perfect. Yes. This is looking more like our gingerbread cookies now, so that was just right. It's got to mix all the way in, but now it's like folding onto our mixer. So much better. Whoa. It's starting to feel like dough now. I feel like I should drop off a plate of these at my neighbor's house. So every year, my neighbor has come over and delivered a plate of Christmas goodies. And she'll even like deliver them mid-year because she'll be like, I'm trying out a new recipe in case I like it for Christmas this year. And so she'll just show up with like, here's something delicious. And I never do that for her because, like I said, I don't bake. Um, what I do is I usually provide her with a few zucchinis throughout the year from the garden. And she started this thing where she turns my zucchini into zucchini fritters. And oh my God, are they good? It's beginning to look a lot like bread dough. Thank you, Samsara. Perfect. It is now everywhere in my kitchen. Later on, we'll just ice the whole room and it'll be great. Okay, before I do this, we are going to lay down some saran wrap again. I just have to find my brain really quick. I don't know if that's needed on this surface, but it feels like the right thing to do before we put the dough on here. It smells good in here. Well, that's good at least. I can actually work with the dough. It's still gooey. It's still holding on to everything. I forgot to grab the spatula. Uh, Introverted excavator. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to pass the camera. Would you grab me one of the soft spatulas, like the scraping spatulas out of there? They're the blue ones, the light blue ones. Thank you. I'm like, I had a paper towel too. Let's wipe off a little bit. It's too hot there to bake cookies. That's why. Oh, you're in the air conditioning making skirts. Yes, that's a great idea. Let the bakers make the cookie. Not me, but like actual bakers. Well, the spatula can't pick it up, so I will still have to do that. But that's all right. Yeah, it's still pretty runny. So I end up with a glob of dough instead of a ball of dough and a mess because I didn't want to let go of my bowl. I don't want to add more flour. We're already at 4 cups of flour here, so All right, it's on the sheet. So whatever it is, I'm committed now. Are you watching like a TikTok or something? Oh, you're waiting for more instructions? Oh. What have you done? You're waiting for the eggs. Okay. Let me get this in the fridge and then we'll attempt to separate eggs. What? Chat keeps crashing your phone? Oh, the app is crashing? Um, okay, yeah, give me a minute. You also have a microphone. You don't have to type. That's fine too. I sure am glad that I cleaned my kitchen before this. It looks heckin' fun. Ah. As I wash my hands and the flour and all of the ingredients wash away, I can feel the grit of the granulated sugar. And although my great great grandmother did not specify what type of sugar, I am now guessing she meant confectioners. Too late for it, but that's my guess of what it should probably be. Oh, let me just snag my hair on the microphone. There we go. It's okay. Nika's going to take care of the floor, so I don't have to worry about it too much. I'll get the mop to take care of whatever the after effects are, but so I just poured down a whole bunch more flour. So that we can put this over the top of it. And just like we did with our gingerbread, it's saying flatten it out into a disc. I'm like, it's not really going to be a disc, but we're going to flatten it out a little bit anyway. And then we'll add some more flour here. Get these areas that aren't covered. It's kind of disc-like, sure. So it says to put this one in for an hour, so we'll throw it in the fridge. And I will work on the eggs and then we'll make our peanut butter blossoms. But oh my god, this is so soft. It feels like it's going to just like melt into a puddle. And I'm going to try to pick it up and it's going to fall. So I'm not going to do that. Not that way, anyways. There we go. Square. That's what a disc looks like, right? The camera has a hard time when I move quickly. It's like, where'd you go? I feel so alone. I'm like, there's not even a spot I can touch this bowl that's clean. Okay, we need 5 egg whites, right? And they're going to be beaten. And is this the bowl for the eggs? Okay, let me take that from you. And I think I said this before, but I have no idea what I'm about to do. What is in here? Oh, you used it for your ingredients? I'm like, it was gritty. It was like salt.
Oh, I might have
Pour some salt over it. Okay. No biggie then. Okay, I also need a second thing for. Let's see, we're doing 5 egg whites that are going to be beaten. And I need a place to put yolks. So, use this bowl. Okay, that's fine. Oh, can you put these back in the fridge?
Did you get the 5 eggs?
What?
Did you get the 5 eggs?
I have another thing of eggs. I was like, what? Oh, I broke the yolks, so we're going to dump that one right now. So this is called a white moon cake. I don't know if that's a formal name or just what my great great grandma called it. I think I mentioned this in the Discord. The only clue that I really have about this, or note from her, is that she made it for somebody named Hazel's wedding. And I'll ask my grandma when I see her if she knows more about it. It's not my grandmother's mom, it's my grandpa's dad's mom that made this recipe. Okay, well, that wasn't too bad. Oh, you know, that one we broke right down to the end somehow. Oh, no, 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 get out of there. Well, it's going to have a little bit of yellow to it. Okay, that was 3. So far, we've had 1 intact yolk. This one tried to break right away. Ah. It's like working with a really fragile water balloon. Okay, that's sort of egg whitesy. And I have to beat those, so I'm going to have to wash my beaters again real quick. Let's get this over to the sink anyway. There is literally dough on everything now. I picked up my dish scrubber, and it somehow had a chunk of dough in its bristles. Like, it was across the room. So we'll have to look into getting some more USB cords, some very long USB cords, and running a camera over here to above the sink. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I should maybe clean off this mixer a little bit. Poor thing's covered in cookie dough. And who knows what else from over the years. Okay, we're going to go on a low setting here. It says that these need to be whipped. Your kitchen is still covered in cookie dough. Oh, good. And all the standing and mixing and zesting. Yeah. Oh. You did get really hot yesterday with the oven running all day. Uh-huh. It's all dough over everything. Damn it. Now, yes, this has a yellow to it because my egg whites were nowhere near perfect. Question is, how whipped? Beaten stiff. That's what it says, not whipped. Beaten stiff. You dozed off. Sorry. You're out. Send you the end results. Okay, will do. How long do you beat eggs until they're stiff? Your cookies are in the oven? Wonderful. The next ones luckily go from the bowl to the cookie sheet, so we're going to be turning on the oven here in just a little bit. And this one's cake, so it also doesn't have to cool. It's going to get poured into cupcake molds. Okay, I'm feeling good about this. It's starting to fill the bowl. Which could just be broth, but let's see. Well, it's mostly bubbles. Allegrata, hello, hello! Did I hear you say beat until stiff? Uh-huh. It's a recipe. This is official instructions here. Stiff peaks with eggs. Looks like little mountains. Okay. So then this has to go a long way. I am extremely grateful to chat. If it wasn't for chat today, uh, we would have gingerbread crumble instead of cookies. We would not know how long to beat the eggs. Nope. Don't turn them that way. Okay. All right. Are you ready for eggs in the mix?
Yep.
You ready for them? Okay. Get in there. Okay. Do you have any other ingredients that you need in your mixture? It was a great game. I'm going to definitely have to play that one. Like I said last night, it looked right up my alley. Very, very much reminded me of Contrast, which was a surprise. It was actually a random game wheel game that I played. 350 on the oven. Okay. Sure. Oven is preheating, and I will need to clean up some stuff. I'm going to have to get another bowl here ready. How far did you pull it? Just one notch. Okay, it's going to start doing its mixing thing. Did you pull it up already? So you can start down low if you want, and then pull it up. So, you got it? Okay. What game did Samsara play last night? Good question. Because my memory is not great. I love that I'm stepping over my toolbox as I'm reaching for napkins and stuff to clean up a little bit. But the oven is finally on, so that's progress. We'll pick up a little bit of dough. Look at this. I've even got dough on my glass. Now I've got dough in my glass, but it's sugar cookie dough. We're eating it. Iris Fall, that's right. It's on Game Pass? Okay. Then it'll be on the list very soon. Okay. I need the next recipe, which is the peanut butter blossoms. Okay. Should we read the blog? Woo, can you believe it's December 3rd? No, it's not December 3rd. It's December 23rd here and 24th on the other side of the international date line already. I've taken a bit of a break to enjoy my kids who were home visiting. Do 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 do. Where is the recipe instead of the story about the cooking? Like, while you're cooking in the 8 to 10 minutes that they're in the oven, back in 1957, there is a cook mode toggle on this website to keep your phone from going dark. That's actually kind of cool. Okay, now this one does say to heat the oven to 375, but the sugar cookies, the cake, and the gingerbread cookies are all going in at 350. So we're going to cook them at 350 and let them go just a little bit longer. Now, this one is a little bit different. So let's turn on that cooking mode. Where did it go? Cooking mode toggle. There you are. So our ingredients include a half cup of butter flavored Crisco. So we're going to use some shortening. We've got 3/4 of a cup of peanut butter, a 1/4 cup of granulated sugar, half cup of brown sugar. Okay, we do need brown sugar. 2 tablespoons of milk, 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, 1 egg, 1 1/2 cup flour, a half teaspoon of baking soda, half teaspoon of salt, and then our Hershey's Kisses that we will get to unwrapping while everything else is happening. And then it's like, use some frosting, which we're going to use icing that we've already got. So, what do you need? Cupcakes. So you're going to need cupcake cups. I would recommend the red ones, but the green ones are also good. Do you need a scoop? What will be the best scoop for that? I have a little teeny tiny scoop. I'm kidding. There's a half cup. Camera. Wrong head. Come on. Back over here. There you go. Good camera. Well, thank you for the scoop. We do have scoops here now. Of course, it's on a different counter on this computer versus the other ones, so I won't have them merged. That's what I was saying earlier. I can run StreamerBot in a mode where it would run some commands here and some on my other computer. So with as often as I switch, I may have to do that. Just to make a little bit more sense on commands like that one. Okay, I gave you the half cup. I've got a full cup in here. We need a 1.5 cups of flour. So let's get the full cup and then I'll find another half cup. Thanks for the scoops. An introverted excavator. In case you didn't know, a scoop is like a hug where somebody picks you up and holds you really, really tight. And it's in the consent system, but I don't have the consent rules plugged into it yet. 1/3, 1/8, 1/4 cup. This is covered in brown sugar, which is actually fine. I need a half cup of flour. How much brown sugar do I need? I need a half cup. So I need 2 scoops of this brown sugar. So let's do that first. There's gonna be so much cleaning to do. I think I have a clip for this. This'll work. And for our peanut butter, I'm using Skippy. I don't use this for like sandwiches or toast or anything like that. Um, for that, I tend to use either Adams or uh, what is it called? Nature's Balance, I think, which has some added flax oil.
Small blue
Oh, yeah. You want the teeny tiny one? How did these get... There you go. Okay. Right. Do I have another half or quarter cup? Because I don't want to use the one that still has brown sugar on it. Nope. Okay. This is fine. Let me just walk back and forth in front of the camera and make sure that it's very, very confused about what is going on here. Oven is up to temperature. When you go to scoop in the flour, but you can't because your 1 cup is still in there, okay, that is there. We've got our brown sugar. We need a quarter cup of granulated sugar, which is over here still. Come. Oh, are we back? Okay, hi. Sorry about that. Just yanked on a USB cable that was holding a camera, and apparently it yanked on some other USB cables along the way. Whoops. But we need this one again because we need a quarter cup of granulated sugar. And a little extra for good measure. Because sugar. Okay. I haven't added any wet ingredients yet. We've got the brown sugar. We've got the flour. We've got a half teaspoon of baking soda and a half teaspoon of salt. Okay, we can put the lid back on the peanut butter for a minute. Half teaspoon, there we are. And baking soda was the first one. All right, baking soda's in there. Let's do that the other way. Makes a difference when you use the hand that actually listens to you. Okay. So 1/2 cup butter flavored Crisco, 3/4 cup peanut butter, 1 egg, and 2 tablespoons milk, 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. Okay. Let's do this one real quick. And yeah, I'm using the top of my oven as like my primary work area here since the laptop is in the middle of my counter at the moment. Um, we did the baking soda, we did the salt, we just did the vanilla, 1 egg. Surprisingly, I've not gone through a dozen eggs yet. I thought for sure I was going to. Unless we need them in the buttercream, that will be the last egg. Okay, I need 2 tablespoons of milk. Tiny little amounts of milk. Which milk did you use? Probably the whole, huh? Oh no. I still can't hear you unless you talk into the microphone. Okay, yep. Just double checking the measurements here. 2 of those. And then we got the vanilla, the milk. I just need the 1/2 cup of Crisco and the 3/4 cup of peanut butter. Perfect. And these, I don't have Crisco in the house, or didn't before. So I didn't want to grab like a giant thing. So I found shortening sticks, which are kind of like a butter stick looking thing. And they actually have a 1/2 cup marked here. So these are 1 cup containers. Figured this was going to be a lot less wasteful than going with a big container of it. Looks like we are in an ad break again. And we basically need 1/2 of this. Are you ready for that to go in the oven? Okay, give me just a minute. I'm going to have to wipe my hands off again. Put a little shortening in my hair, make sure that it's nice and smooth. Don't do that. Now let's see. I think the easiest way to do this is going to be with a spoon. By shortening, not butter, butter. Yes, exactly. Like, I can't believe it's not butter, butter, but not at all. I feel like there's probably an easier way to measure peanut butter too, but like one of those things that you make the flour and then you take the cup and you press it into it to make the dents and measure inside instead and then scoop it onto your hand, which is fine because I will totally lick up some peanut butter. My one of my uncles, second oldest on my dad's side, so his second oldest brother, uh, taught all of us kids what he would call finger dipping, where you would just take your finger and scoop right into the peanut butter. And then when grandma got upset because, of the 30 plus grandkids, all of us started scooping our hands into the peanut butter. He was like, I haven't even taught them the best part yet. And she's like, what the hell is that? He's like, finger dipping in the ice cream. It's amazing how some families survive. Get in there, peanut butter. All right. I see that Piper has filled all of the cupcake tray over there. Is that all of the cake batter?
No, there's maybe enough for one more.
One more tray or one more cupcake?
One more.
One more cupcake? There's another tin.
Do you want to bake one more cake?
Well, I'd rather bake it than just have thrown away dough. Do. Your door's unlocked. Oh. You're gonna go lurk? Okay. 30 plus? I'm not sure what the 30 plus is about. It was probably a while ago and I missed it. I'm gonna need another glass of eggnog to wash that down. Star Rays, hello, hello. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. You don't need to apologize. We all come and go in the online spaces, and it's always a pleasure to see you when you can be here with us. Latalis, hello, hello. I'm kind of moving around my kitchen, so my camera's trying to keep up. It's not doing the best job of it today. We're making lots of messes. That is one thing I've been very successful at. And I'm sorry for turning my back to you. I need to wash my beaters really quickly so that we can mix up the peanut butter cookies. We currently have sugar cookie dough and gingerbread dough chilling in the refrigerator. And Introverted Excavator has made up a batch of my great-great-grandmother's recipe for white moon cake. I made up her sugar cookie recipe, sort of. It didn't say how much flour, so we guessed. Oh, you mentioned grandparents. Right, that's right. 30 plus, yes. I want to say there's 35. My dad is one of 5 brothers, and he had... Oh, camera. Over here, please. Hi. So my dad had my brother and I, and then he married a lady that had 3 kids. So there were 5 of us. And then, let's see, who else? The oldest brother had 2. I guess there weren't 30 directly, but by the time that like we were counting them all and spouses and stuff, it was well over 30. But 2, 2, wait, 2, 4, 5 is 11. And then 2 brings it up to 13. And then the last one, was 7. So 20 direct cousins. I had to think that through for a while. Sorry. We were all various ages. So by the time like I was even able to figure it out, most of them were married and had kids of their own. I'll have to see if I can find it, but there's a picture of my grandma's side, and my grandma is one of 13 kids. And from her generation, then my dad's generation, my generation, and my generation's kids. That 4 generation layer from that 13 kids, there's over 400 people, which made for a crazy big family reunion. Um, Let me pass that back to you. You have only one cousin and haven't talked to her in at least a decade or more. Oh my gosh. I totally get that though. Like, there's a lot of times that I have not wanted to talk to family or not taken the time to talk to family. Um, all right, so we've got the cake here. I'll bring it over to the bowl. Actually, let me go to the crafting scene where we just have, I think it should just be this camera. Yeah, there we go. So we've got 14 cupcakes going into the oven here. And we'll start a timer. I think it goes like 30 minutes, but I'm going to put it for 10 minutes until I can read the instructions that I wrote down for myself. And then we'll get to mixing our other cookies here. What did I say for the cake? "30 to 35 minutes. Okay, perfect. So I'll just leave that for 10 minutes and we'll set another timer at the end of it and we'll get this mixed up. Well, our beaters are full of peanut butter. So that's something. Our shortening is behaving like our butter was earlier, so we're probably going to be mixing this one by hand again. Scrape that off of there. Baking streams are such a cute idea. It's really fun. I don't know if you've seen them, but well, I started doing the cooking streams actually as a result of TXO doing some cooking streams, and so we just decided to do it, and then we got one of those like basic sponsorships with HelloFresh. Like, gosh, it must have been a year ago. So we did cooked some ramen, and chat picked out the recipe, and then we cooked it live. And then I did a cooking of my family's spaghetti recipe that was passed down from my grandma and my mom. So we mixed that up and we did, was that when we did the double dinner? I think we did, yeah. So we did spaghetti, which takes a 24-hour in the crock pot. And then we also did chicken fajitas, a sheet pan chicken fajita with chili pepper and lime. And we add the recipes into Discord before we cook so that if folks want to, they can cook along with us and we can all have dinner together at the end of stream, no matter where we're at in the world. So we kind of add a little twist of our own to it. And then I ended up tuning into Nurse Huckleberry. And Nurse Huckleberry is Nurse and Duder, and they do a comedy cooking show. And they can't share the recipes because a lot of what they do is on the spot. It's scripted, of course. That's part of the thing on their show. But oh, we've got runaway dough. I think this is the last time I'm going to need this mixer today. Oh my gosh, we are finally done with the hand mixer. Thud, thank you for the lurk. You're going to continue your cookie icing. You're going to do that. Sounds wonderful. Okay, now this one, I'm going to have to get a cookie sheet ready for this because we're going to mix it, scoop it, and get this onto the tray because we don't have to do more with this one, which is very, very nice because we have not had that yet. I plugged the mixer into the outlet that's powering the computer, so I had to be really careful unplugging it. Need some parchment paper down here. Our oven is already going at 350. This recipe technically calls for 375. But we're going to go at 350 anyways and hope for the best. Just give them a couple extra minutes in there. Since everything else we're cooking is at 350. If you have the option, the sheets work a little bit better than this, but this will do just fine. And we've got this really, really fancy little cookie scoop here. Oh, my light in front of me just turned off, but that's okay. It's not doing a whole lot anyways. Okay, after the sugar cookie dough, this is an absolute treat to work with. I was able to pick it up. I'm able to move it easily. Just do a little bit of kneading, make sure that it's all mixed together well. I think it is. Some nice dough, yeah. We had two really weird doughs. The first one being our gingerbread dough, which granted I may have messed up a little bit. Didn't remember to cool the butter in time, so that was not too good. Let's see. Add an additional 1/2 cup granulated sugar for rolling. Oh. So preheat, make the balls. Roll in your hands to make them smooth and round. Then roll the ball of dough in granulated sugar. Place onto a greased or parchment-lined pan and bake. 8 to 10 minutes until they start to crack. Cool them on a cookie sheet. Then move to a cool cookie sheet. Place a Hershey's Kiss in the middle of each cookie. To cool the cookie and to set the candy, place the cookie sheet into the freezer for 10 minutes. Okay, we can use a cutting board for that part instead of using our other cookie sheet. 10 minutes, remove, enjoy, store in an airtight container, and done. and then we're going to make them into Christmas trees. So we're going to decorate while the others are cooking, is the plan here. So I think this will work out just right. So we'll get these onto here and rolled. So I'm going to need a cup and a half. Did I read that right? A cup and a half? Half cup of granulated sugar. Okay. Let me do that, and we'll just use one of these bowls real quick. Granulated sugar, where did you go? There you are. And half cup. I started this day out thinking that I had entirely too many measuring cups, and now I don't think I have enough. I don't think this needs to be precise since we're just going to be rolling the balls of cookie dough into it. So if we need to add some more, we can add some more. It's like, and you break your fancy thing on the first move. Did I actually? Or is it just stuck? It went up and over. How did you do that? So much for being fancy. Yeah, just like, hmm. Science. It's not like I don't have a giant toolbox like right next to me to fix it, but it's upside down. It's not very baller of your melon baller, right? You had one job here, Cookie Goop. So make a ball, drop it in the sugar. All right, we've got a sugar-covered peanut butter ball. Onto the mat it goes. Let's see if we can be a little more cautious with our cookie thing. You never have too many measuring cups if your life has taught you anything, right? That one might be a little bigger. That's okay, though. And luckily, we put on a 7-hour Christmas song playlist, so we are going to get some repeat songs, but hopefully, like this one, a different version of it played earlier. Now, you totally do not need a cookie scoop for this. You could just use a tablespoon, like a regular tablespoon, not a measuring tablespoon. But they had it at the store and I saw it in the recipe, so I was like, okay, sure. That sounds fun. I feel like I should spend Christmas in Hawaii one year. I've got a cousin and a friend that live on Oahu. Well, cousin, her husband, two kids that are grown up. Embrace the fancy. Exactly. You're there, the options in front of you. My fanciest thing that I have is something that is super impractical, and I still love using it every time I do like a big recipe with garlic. And it's like a garlic smasher cutter thing, but it is so impractical to use because if I'm not doing a whole bunch with it, it takes me longer to clean it than it does to use it, or longer to clean it than it does to use a knife. I think I should put my dough back together. It's gotten a little chopped up here. We'll make a big one just to make up for it. What are we up to here? We've got 15 down. It's supposed to be about 24, so. In culinary school, they're just like, smash it open using your palm against the flat of the knife. Yeah, but garlic press is fancier. Yeah. No, and that's what I end up doing if I'm for most recipes. I'm like, let's just grab a little more dough and put it on here. Now, the hardest part is that I have to have these in my house for like 24 hours before I leave. Well, maybe not 24 hours because it's already 7:15 and I have to be at dinner at 5 tomorrow. So, like 20-ish hours still. The life of a home cook is a charmed life of romanticized cooking and baking, and you're here for it. Give you all the impractical gadgets. Yes. Um, so what's really fun is the garlic press I got from a store in Portland. I was down there and just like I I lived in Portland for a number of years, and I've got friends down there, and so I go down pretty often to visit. But a few years back, I hadn't been visiting a lot because I'd grown distant with my friends that were there, and uh, wasn't on the best of terms with my family that still lived there. So I just wasn't coming to town, and I went down and I was like, I really just want to go to like, even though I've been everywhere in this town, I want to go where you think would be the most Portlandia place in town. And they were like, oh, you need to go to this street. I'm sure it was Hawthorne, but it might have been somewhere else. And I get over there and I end up in a homesteading store that brews their own kombucha right next to the cash register. And I was like, okay, yep, this is what I was looking for. And so I bought a garlic press. And and one more little ball. Because why not have a 25th? Okay, we've got 11 minutes left on our timer for the cake. So I'm going to throw these. Whoa, hello, camera. I'm going to throw these in about 30 seconds because they're only supposed to take about 8 to 10 minutes, but I have a feeling they're going to take longer. And then that's going to give me a moment to do a little bit of cleanup and prep for the next phase. So, yay. Yeah, I'll go to the chatting screen after I throw them in the oven. They're still covered in granulated sugar, but the ones that have sat, the oils have started to make the sugar clear. So it's making me question it a little bit. Here we go. Ooh. And we've got 10 minutes on the clock. The cakes are starting to look good. You're all right, camera. Don't worry. I didn't go far. I don't have places to put a lot of this stuff right now. I've been going through my cupboards, cleaning things up, finding like the many things that were expired. Not looking in your cupboards for a long time will do that. We didn't use any of these bowls, so these can all go away. Oh. I asked for a refill on this earlier and I didn't get it, so we'll just do this real quick. Oh, the bike? Yeah, this was the first part of the stream, was actually putting this together. This was my birthday present to myself a few months ago, and I waited until I could put it together on stream. So the 700 followers was put together a bike and bake. Which also just feels like a totally Christmassy thing to do, like needing to put together a bike a day or two before Christmas. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm trying to get a glass. I'm getting distracted because that's what you do when you stream. Oh, I've got a low battery, so I'm going to take one ear out and put that on the charger. That sounds so weird saying it that way. But luckily, this is a Bluetooth headset that works independently. So while this ear is charging, the other ear stays connected, which is very nice. And I'm just mixing up a little bit of Kraken with some classic eggnog here. Nothing fancy. I didn't go with the old-fashioned style. And of course, it's like, dairy and booze? What are you doing? But it's tasty, so we're doing it anyway. And I'm going to use a really fancy technology, and you got a Babel fish. My fancy stirring stick is a chopstick because I didn't want to use a straw for it, or a spoon, or any of the other more practical tools. And then we'll do just a little bit of nutmeg on top of it as well. Okay. Eggs to the fridge. Cookies are in. I feel like it's probably about time to bring out the sugar cookie dough and see if it's dough, or if it's still whatever that weird liquidy stuff was that we made earlier. It kind of looked dough-like, but it was like halfway between dough and slime. I want to put things away, but I need to know what I'm going to use for buttercream still too. So I should look that up real quick. Uh-oh, did I create the Christmas miracle of life? Maybe. Not in a good way. It was a very, very weird thing that we made. It was like I couldn't pull it out of the bowl, and then when I did, I couldn't let go of it because it would hold onto my hands and just like drip down slowly. It was beautiful. Did I save a recipe for buttercream? No. All right, well, we'll look one up then. Buttercream frosting. It's like you looked this up last week. Let's see. Vanilla buttercream. How to make buttercream. Wikipedia article about what is it. Two Sisters, the best buttercream frosting. Does it come with a story about your great Nana? Put it on anything and it will make it taste better, we promise. That is a bold claim. This is a frosting. Oh, it starts with their emotions about store-bought frosting. They hate, loathe, and despise it. It's a 3-word feeling. Okay. How to make it. Clean your bowl because you're going to need a clean bowl for this. We're going to add 1 cup of butter. I only ever use real butter. Okay, thanks. What else are we adding to it? Because you didn't give me just like an ingredient list. Is it down here? There we go. There's a version of the recipe at the bottom without the story. You love that recipes come with a life story, right? It was like, put the butter in a bowl. I only use this, but you can use whatever you want. But here's what my family history is on this. Oh, and by the way, you should add a half teaspoon of vanilla. Like, wait, is that part of step 1 or am I? Oh, it went dark. It's like we aren't even going to let you read our blog anymore. You're judging us too harshly. I'm sorry, Two Sisters. I am sure that it is a lovely story. I have to find it again. It's down here under the FAQ about pineapple. Okay. 1 cup butter, 2 to 3 teaspoons of vanilla extract, 1 pound or 4 cups of powdered sugar, 1 to 2 tablespoons of milk. That's it. Add the butter into the mixing bowl along with the vanilla extract. Mix those together until they're fully combined. You want the vanilla flavor to fully meld with the butter to get the best possible flavor. Scrape the sides of the bowl down before moving on to the next step. Measure 1 pound of sugar. If you don't have it, 4 cups is the equivalent. Mix it in. Start your mixer on the lowest setting. If it's dry and crumbly, add a teaspoon of milk. Mix again, taste it. You're trying to determine if it's there. Add a little bit more vanilla if you need it.
Did you set a timer?
And milk, yes, I did. And it's about to go off in 2 minutes. Hello again, Mimi. That's right. Latalis is here. Latalis came over in with a raid last night. Of course, we've hung out there a bit, and no Latalis. I don't want to say mostly, but I think most of the time that I've interacted with you or seen you, it's been over on Marshmallow Dragon's channel. Where you truly are the lettuce. Nika girl, you're in the way. You're like, I can't be in the way. I am the way. Uh-huh. I actually need to clean that because I'm going to use it for buttercream frosting in just a minute. How are you feeling? Sleepy? It's 7:30. You could have totally gotten another cupcake out of that. All right, cleaning up the mixing bowl so that we can be ready to make our frosting. They're okay for a little while still. There's the timer. Luckily, it's a 30 to 35, so I think it's okay to let it sit for another minute or two before I pull everything out of there. Okay, that is cleaned. You want me to do that? I guess we can go to the crafting scene. That has the right camera. There we go. You do spend a lot of time around Marsh, more than is healthy, probably. Is that possible? I don't know. I think time with Marsh is pretty darn good. All right, looks good. It would help if I grabbed a second oven mitt, though. The cute one's fun, but then you have to think about what's practical. With our 14 cupcakes, and I'm going to give these just a minute longer, but they're looking pretty good. 1 minute. There we go. Okay. What am I doing? I'm getting things off of the side of the counter. Believe it or not, this kitchen was clean when we started this whole process. Cupcakes, exactly. Yeah, so we made in the fridge we still have dough for sugar cookies, gingerbread cookies, and then we made these cupcakes with beaten egg whites, which I'd never done, but it's to keep it as kind of a white cake. Hoping for the best on it. Nika, come on, girl. That minute went really fast. There we go. On the KitchenAid, the bowl like locks into place, which is really handy. Okay. I feel good enough about these cookies. Oh, as I put a thumb right into one. Well, that's okay. We're going to be putting Hershey's Kisses into them and transferring them here in a minute anyways. Let's, we can sort of show you. Let's tilt the camera. There we go. That makes more sense. I'm thinking these actually need 2 more minutes as I'm looking at them now. Since I can see the inside of one, they're still a little soft. So we'll throw you back in there. We're done with the flour. And we've got our confectioner's sugar here for the next thing we're going to be making on the other side over there. What do I need? I need a cookie sheet. Or not cookie sheet, a cutting board. That's the word I'm after. I'm still going to be making buttercream, so don't put away my measuring cups and stuff, okay? Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just was calling it out since you were cleaning, so you didn't get too far ahead of me. Get more of our parchment paper, which I cut that too short for either direction on this particular cutting board. Cookie sheet. Words. I'm going to just keep using the wrong word for things. Luckily, this is not an educational program. This is a watch me make a fool of myself while trying to bake. Okay, this is our sugar cookies. The dough feels firm. So I'm excited about this. This seems promising. Fingers are now crossed, which they weren't before. Well, they were before, but they weren't crossed with hope. Make a fool of yourself while baking. You're the one who baked goods. So who is really the fool here? You or us? That depends. If I was sending the cookies to you and you ate them, You might have to be a little bit of a fool in order to go for that. I need you back. Back, back. Away from the oven, please. There we go. They puffed up. They're cracking. That's what I was looking for. I knew there was something I was missing. Oh, here's a project. You want a project? You want to unwrap some kisses? I lost sound in my ear, so I need to switch over to the other headphone that I've been charging for the last little bit. How many is a great question. I need at least 24, maybe 25. Let me get you a bowl, or yeah, let me just hand you. You think that'll hold 25 kisses? Okay. Just really big cupcakes again. It's been a while. Sounds like a wonderful plan. Chocolate's not for doggies? No, chocolate is not for doggies. Okay, I'm going to set this down over here for the moment, and we're going to start rolling this out. We may have to do this in a couple of batches, but that's okay. So much stiffer than it was. That's great. So, Latalis, did you go to culinary school? Like, totally messed up. You did? Yeah. Oh, nice. The school I went to for my technical college had a culinary, like, department. But I never thought much of it because I was at a small town and having a combination of auto mechanics, computer developers, dental technicians, and chefs seemed like, maybe they didn't specialize. One of my sister-in-laws actually works for my old school too. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is pull it this way. And that way, as I roll it out, we'll get this part at least rolled to the right thickness. And then I can roll the other part down to it. Because I'm going to have to do this multiple times anyway. I don't have enough cutting board for the amount of dough that I have. Let's see. Yeah, that'll be good. Cookie cutters. Where did I put you? That's probably getting a little thick there on the edge, so. You went to school thrice. Failed every time because you're bad at self-studying. Okay, that's fair. First time was generic computer science, then spent a couple years in culinary arts, then 3 years in video game design and development. Oh, cool. I am teaching myself Unity development. Just like started about a week and a half ago. just doing tutorials and stuff at this point, trying to get to know it. And I don't have any grand ideas. I just really enjoy it. And when I was younger, I wanted to do an RPG, kind of like a Final Fantasy type thing, because I really wanted to tell a story through it. I have no shortage of cookie cutters. I have like a big bin of Christmas ones and then another even bigger bin of Valentine's ones, just hearts and things. So let's actually roll that out again. Yeah, this at least is not slime this time. That's good. This would not have been workable before. No, that just like flattened itself out. Okay. Well, fine. Maybe it's still a little slimy. Maybe I shouldn't keep putting away my flour here. Dough is looking great. Okay, thank you. Uh, it's from going back to you can't have a recipe without a story. I have this book of handwritten recipes that my grandma made, and this recipe is from my great great grandmother, who I never met, and she did not include full instructions. For example, she didn't say how much flour to use. She said flour to make a soft dough. And so I was just guessing. And then we went to the internet and found out that for the amount of eggs that we had, that we needed more flour than most of the recipes online. Yeah. Oh, that one stuck a little bit. Yep. We'll mix you back in. That's fine. Come on out of there, tree. It's kind of stuck to the cutting board there. So I need more flour on the underside, not just the top. Yeah, it's a little bit of a distorted tree, but whatever. It'll still be tasty. Come on, Nika. Watch out. She is determined to catch all of the dough that I drop. Okay, I'm going to throw these in. And then I will move the peanut butter cookies. Yeah, you're sticking to me just fine. Are any of my mods here?
You have trolls?
No, not a troll, just spam. It happens. Farewell, Snoop Dogg. Not that we don't get trolls, but Siri usually blocks them before they can be too much trouble. I know that our mods are also working double duty, so did you get me 25 unwrapped there? You think you did 26? Okay, you're going to eat that one. I said you're going to eat that one. I have another package of kisses. It'll be fine. So this is where we are supposed to take these, push these in, and set them aside. And we're going to do this and then put them into the freezer for 10 minutes. I probably needed to get these on here while they were still a little bit warmer, but we'll just hope for the best here. Now, question is, do I have any room in either of my freezers to actually get these inside? You can be a troll. Okay, you can be a troll anytime. That's fine. Lovable trolls are perfectly fine. And I wish some, or wish, I missed some of the weird, like, little spam things. Like, there was a site that people could sign up for, and it was like $5 a month or something like that. I don't remember the name of it, but you would sign up for it, and then you'd watch Twitch, and it would pop in randomly into people you watched, and it would buy and give them bits, just like kind of like on your behalf, like, oh, you have $5 in credits and you watched this person, so we're just going to pop into their channel and give them bits. But it was all a promo, but it was like they were losing money on the deal, which, I mean, great. We're all for streamers getting a bigger cut of company dollars where the companies have it to blow. And like, if you had any holiday Christmas songs challenges that you were trying not to lose, and you were watching this stream tonight, you've probably lost all of them. This one might be too small. Okay. Room in a freezer. That's fine. It's just a pipe wrench. Can I get it to sit level here? If I move the pizzas, I think it'll sit right there. This is my deep freeze. The other one's at like 32, maybe 30 degrees. This one is at 0 degrees. So I might not know what I'm doing in the kitchen, but I can store stuff. There we go. All right. Your count was a little off, but in a good way. Yeah. The ads have ended. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Thank you for enduring those. Usually we take a break and stop what we're doing, but today's a little bit different being in the kitchen and trying to do what we're doing. And I forgot to put flour down. I said I need to put flour down, so of course I didn't do it. Oh, my camera's still over at the oven. Come on back. I need to put flour down. Brain immediately registers that the task has been completed. Exactly. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I didn't think we'd heard Last Christmas, and now it's there. I think I need clamps to hold my cookie sheet cutting boards in place. Okay. We got a fresh sheet of paper. This song might be overplayed and has been overplayed since it debuted. Yes, absolutely. A little bit of that sugar dust on there to get rid of. And it's kind of funny, like I have parchment paper. I won't after today. But I don't usually use it for baking. I use it for mini painting as a wet palette. Apparently I didn't put down enough flour, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these all out, pull the outside, And then if I need to, I will grab a spatula to scoop them up. It's 10 minutes on the last batch, which are looking like cookies. I'm going to leave them in for just a few more seconds here. Got to run along. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was great chatting with you, seeing you at your stream earlier for the speed run of the rando on, I don't remember which Zelda, but it was still really cool to be there and seeing you here today and last night. Thank you so much. Can't quite get one more of those. That's okay. We can definitely get a tree. Damp paper towel under cutting board. Keep it. Oh, damp paper towel. Brilliant. I'll do that before we bring the gingerbread onto it. Oh yeah, definitely need the spatula. Be like, I swear that's a wreath. I'll just have to do a really good job with the frosting, I guess. Darn you, physics working against me. The dough is like rebinding to itself. Well, they're cookies. I wouldn't say that they're still the shapes that they went in. Considering how gooey this dough was, I didn't have much hope for it. So as long as they taste like cookies, that's going to be a win here. Let's put that one back in. Okay, put another minute on the timer. And I've got cupcakes and another batch of cookies to deal with here. I'm going to throw this into a bowl so that we can do the gingerbread cookies and set all of this aside. And actually, I'm just going to flip that over so it's going to not be a problem because that is definitely going to stick to my counter. Yeah. Now fused with sugar cookie.
Yay.
And this one should be interesting. This is our too much baking soda gingerbread here. And I don't feel like this is even going to need flour, so famous last words, I'm sure. So there you can see the sugar cookies that came out of the oven. They're still roughly in their shapes. Not perfect, but not the worst either. Ooh. Now this is some work. Getting a workout now. Getting out of here. Those ports are sensitive. I said, let's just knock everything out of here as I bumped into the stand that the laptop's on. And I heard the last part of the sentence. Oh, what are you beeping about? It doesn't know what it's beeping about. As I bump it again. Okay. Let's change the angle a little and get my hair out of there. Okay, we're getting there. If I hadn't known this was going to be so difficult, I would have broken it into 2 sections and rolled it out thinner before I put it in the fridge as I tear it. I think that'll be okay though. So yes, do put down flour. And that's still a little bit thick too right there. One way or another, we'll get them. And we'll give these a little bit of room to stretch out too. That might be a little thick. I guess it's not that bad. If I do this. Yeah. Can I get one more over here? Right there. That is rolling out much easier now too. Which could be that it's been worked and warmed up a little bit, but yeah, it's still caught on the rolling pin though. I don't know that I can actually get this rolling pin to hang on to flour since it's a marble rolling pin. Okay, we're going to cut one more, and then I've got to pull the next batch of sugar cookies out of the oven. And it'll work out just right because I can throw these in. We just have 8 of them on the tray, so I'm hoping that they have some room. But there we go, some little people. Okay, I just need to make room for all this stuff now. Whoa, that is an oily one. I'm moving the other batch over to the kitchen table so that I can just scoot these sugar cookies over. And they basically just look like the other ones did. Like they kind of melted into puddles and then cooked into cookies from puddle form. Okay, what time is it? Introverted excavator. Oh, never mind. I can see the time. It is 8:03. How long are we going? 5.5 hours? I'm like, it feels like longer than when we are playing a game and we can just get lost in our minds and all of that since we're just cooking away. I don't think I'm going to get to decorating on stream though, because I am getting hungry myself and need to figure out something for dinner. Let these cool a little bit and give my back a break for a minute. So I think we'll wait for this first batch of gingerbread people to come out. And I may be making a disproportionate amount of gingerbread women, so, you know, I think it's fine. I know this is weird, but I know how thick it is because it's rolled around my rolling pin. Maybe 2 more out of this before we have to roll it up again. You're making them, so it's your rules. Well, I'll make sure to post a picture when I'm all done. Of course. I thought we'd get to that part, but I'm just looking at everything that needs to be done. I still haven't made the buttercream frosting yet, and so the cupcakes aren't being decorated. But yeah, what I do have is I have the just Betty Crocker cookie icing in red and white, and then and green, and then I also got this like, whoop. Let me just throw icing across the room. I also got red and green from my grocery store. They did a batch of cookies and icing that they pre-mixed. But you can see it's not all the way mixed well. So I have those as options for the cookie icing. And I'm going to do the gingerbreads. I'm also going to use some cinnamon imperials for their buttons. It takes a lot of time. Yeah, exactly. It's just a lot of standing around and then just putting some stuff down. But this has been really, really fun. Like, really fun. I do enjoy, like, the holiday baking type stuff. Like I said, I'm not a baker. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I've helped some other people with their baking, where it was basically just put this stuff in a bowl and stir it up. Which was fun too, but oops. Sorry about your arm there, friend. I might get one more out of that, but it's going to be really cutting it close. Hi, Mr. Knot. Yeah, I think there's one more in there. Let's see, what do we have here? 9, 10. Let me see if I can get room on this cookie sheet for 2 more so that these will all fit. Oh, camera. Hello. Did you lose track of me again? There we go. I'm like, don't lose me. So let's see what's going on out there. What are people doing? I know exactly where we're going, so that's going to be nice and easy. All right, just a couple minutes though, because we're going to wait for this to, like I said, we're going to wait for the first batch of gingerbread people to come out, and then we'll pull out that. So we've got our second batch here ready to go in. This is batch number 3, and that beeping says it should be time to pull batch number 1. So fingers are crossed here. Ooh. I may have to think putting 10 of them on a tray, because that's 8. I like how much these puffed up on the ones that I cut from the deeper or thicker dough. I'm going to give these one more minute in there to finish up, but I'm pretty stoked about that. And then, yeah, I'm going to pull 2 back off of there. So we'll do 8 at a time. So I'll do 2 more batches. Yeah, and we will call it there. Let's get out of here. Let's go see Amy, who is doing some more art stuff. If I can type. Oh my gosh. This keyboard's the absolute worst. All right. We are raiding over to Amy Ward Art. Thank you, Useful Title, for the resub. Thank you, everybody, for being here, hanging out for all of this. Samsara, sorry about your head. The credits apparently don't work all the way over here. But yeah, we made it through. We'll just grab our random or our standard messages. I didn't do like holiday emotes or anything special like that. So we'll just take our regular emotes. And thank you all for being here through all of this. It's been a very long day, but I know we're just about out of time and I don't have all my normal buttons and stuff over here, but we'll be gone tomorrow, which would normally be streaming, and Monday both. So we'll be gone for basically 48, 50 hours, and then we'll be back at midnight going out of Christmas Day into the day after, streaming from midnight till about 3:30 in the morning as part of the Twitch Women's Unity Guild raid train for the holidays. So we hope everyone can join us. I know that for some of you, especially over towards the East Coast, that is a 2 a.m., 3 a.m. start time. So maybe a bit excessive, but we'll be wrapping up at, let's see, East Coast, it'll be 6:30 in the morning. So you might be able to catch us before getting off to the workday and stuff like that. So we'll see. But yeah, we hope to see you here. We're out of time, so we'll see you soon.